see if this actually worked. It didn't. God damn it. Oh man, what the hell? Every time. I wonder why this is not working. Alright, hello folks. Welcome. I am just fixing this notification here. Because, surprise, surprise, it did not work. Even though I went out of my way to code something that probably should have worked. And it still didn't. Because, of course. Amazing. Okay. So now. I love how the YouTube thumbnail for the last while for this has just been, hey, here's my shiny forehead. Oh man. This Discord notification thing though, is really annoying me because I tested it. I fixed it yesterday. I tested it, and now it's not working again. Like, holy shit! Hey Saint, curious about this game? Yeah, me too. I like the PS2 games. So hopefully this is similar to those. Though from what I've seen, this is a much more serious game than the PS2 ones, or at least like the second and third PS2 ones. Hello folks. Welcome. Welcome. Okay. Alright. Let's give this another few seconds here. Alright. So, tonight. Starting. PSX Explosion number 192. Koudelka. So this is the first game in the Shadow Hearts series, I guess. Even though it's called Koudelka, this is like the first official Shadow Hearts game. Shadow Hearts mainly a PS2 series, except for this one. So yeah, this is part of that series, I guess. Developed by Saknoth, same developer as Shadow Hearts. Published by Infogrames in North America, at least. And this says survival horror. I don't know why. It was categorized as that on the site that I used to catalog stuff. It was this like weird GeoCity site that just happened to have all the PlayStation stuff. And that's where I got the survival horror from. But this is an RPG. This is an RPG-ass RPG. So so if you're expecting survival horror, this probably ain't it. I'm guessing the person who cataloged this just looked at the box art or something and looked at the screenshots and went, yeah, that's a survival horror game. But it clearly is not. Clearly is not, and I think I'll change that for the next stream. All right, box art here. We got Koudelka, The Journey of the Will to Survive, the horror. There's an SNK logo on here. I'm not sure why. Maybe they published it in Japan. Who knows? Infogrames, 4 discs. And for mature, I'm sure this will tell us why. It's kind of weird that this has PS1 at the bottom here. I'm not sure why that's there. They generally don't have that underneath the the official Sony ID numbers here, so that's odd. And then on the back, we got a gothic horror RPG set in the late 19th century. An epic tale of murder, mystery, and mayhem. A beautiful yet troubled woman named Kodelka, who is summoned to unravel it all. Okay. So Kodelka-thegame.com. I don't know if that's if it's still up. I haven't checked. So we get some pretty good looking cinematics here, and the in-game graphics, just like if you picked up the box off the shelf at the store way back when, like this would look pretty damn good for 2000, especially for a PS1 game. The PS2 probably was out by the time this game came out, so obviously it would be competing with that. So as a late PS1 game, it has to also compete with PS2 stuff. But I think the presentation they're giving here on the back of the box looks pretty dang good for PS1. Looks like there's some sort of tile-based combat system from the looks of that. And then we got more FMV stuff. Alright. Breathtaking cinematic scenes and musical score. 3 fully customizable characters. Allocate bonus points to determine your character growth. Sure. Beautifully rendered 3D backgrounds. Combat evil using the Life Drinker, Saknoth Blade, magic spells, and many more weapons. So the developer's name is Saknoth, and they have a weapon called Saknoth in their game. Sure. Oh, nice. It goes to a park GoDaddy. Nice. 1 player, 1 memory card block, and vibration function compatible. So this they make it very clear in the manual that this lets you use a DualShock controller, but it wants nothing to do with those analog sticks. So that's why it only says vibration function compatible. Which we'll see when we get into the manual. I don't see anything too weird. Yeah, so it's copyright 1999 SNK/Saknoth. So I think that, and then distributed under licensed Infogrames. So that probably means that the Japanese release was SNK. Let's see. So 4 discs, SNK, Infogrames, mature animated blood and gore, and animated violence. Okay. And then inside the case here, we got the Alone in the Dark, the New Nightmare advertisement coming fall 2000. We actually already did. We already did Alone in the Dark, the New Nightmare. It was pretty okay. It was an okay game, from what I remember. It was a while back. And then, of course, they got to have the hint line here next to all the art. So this would have, when you open up the case, since this is a 4-disc game, it would have been the kind that had you open it, it's got the manual and the disc. No, it's got disc and disc, a manual sandwiched in there, and then it's got another little foldy thing with the disc and the disc. So it's got two CD inserts here. And then for the disc art, it's pretty standard. So we got Kodelka herself there. Disc 1. So we got a light blue disc, a purple disc for disc 2, a red disc for, well, we got red and then also red. That's like light purple and peach colored. Sure. So no unique disc art for the 4 discs. It's just Kodelka. Sure. All right. And then we got some advertisements here. So if you're getting a lot of your game information back in the day from magazines, like I did personally, like websites still weren't a big source of video game info for a lot of people back then. So you got most of your advertising and reviews and stuff from word of mouth and from magazines. So we got, it looks like the same screenshots and stuff from the back of the box. Gothic horror RPG. Yeah, so they just straight up say it's an RPG here in the magazine ad. And then we got the 3 from the cover. I'm assuming those are the 3 playable characters. Okay. And then we got another one here. Death is ultimately an act of grace and love from the Lord. A blessing, is it not? Sure. All right, this is a that looks like a slightly different version of the logo. So this must be an earlier ad, perhaps, that they used a slightly different logo treatment for it. We've got completely different character here, sure. There is the Koudelka, and then coming soon. Okay. Still rating pending on there. And then there's this one. So this is... I think this is a... Yeah, this is a PAL advertisement, and you can clearly tell right away that usually the sexy advertisements, generally not the North American ones. And here we have another example. So we got Koudelka, it's not just men who fall at her feet. And then according to GameFAQs.com, the venerable review site with top-notch editorial integrity, even if you don't like survival horror RPGs, you should try to use an FMV ripper to watch the movies. The highest praise from GameFAQs.com. Even if the game sucks, just rip the FMVs and watch them. Alright. According to Game-Intelligence.com, it's refreshing to see an RPG that's willing to break the fantasy/sci-fi stereotypes. It's exciting to see one as polished and promising as Koudelka. Alright. And then RPGgamer.com, graphically speaking, Koudelka is wonderful. The introductory FMV features a fabulously realized foggy landscape and the most realistic clouds ever seen in a game. So this is the EU advertising. You want some EU advertising versus NA advertising. This is pretty great right here. The 29th of September, and yeah, this is PAL. So this would have been the European advertising for it. Koudelka-game, yep. The sexiest gothic horror role-playing game. It's also one of the only ones, so by default, it's the sexiest. It's like Tale of the Sun is the sexiest caveman video game because it's the only caveman video game. Alright. And then I think this is probably the Japanese advertisement. So we got a good comparison here of NA versus EU versus Japanese advertising, and this is just, hey, here's lady, and then some text. Koudelka, go buy it. Sure. Alright, and that is all the promo stuff. We actually have a lot of promo stuff for this one, so... But yeah, this is amazing that the two of the quotes here are like, yeah, who cares about the game? It's got good FMVs. Sure. Okay, and then if we bring over this stuff. All right, so good thing this is working because I didn't check to see if my notes thing is working. So we got the manual here. Koudelka, the manual should be actually legible this time for once. Table of contents, there's a decent amount of stuff here. Yep, that's a PlayStation. Main menu, yep, new game, continue, config. I think I can figure those out. Using the controller, okay. So, the manual here shows a DualShock controller with the twin sticks and rumble. Controls will change depending on which part of the game you're in. Chart below shows all that stuff. So this is... It looks like we got event, field, battle, and menu. Interesting that there is there's a temporary save button, which is... That's pretty unique. There's a few games that save to memory. Like internal system memory, like this, and like Saga Frontier 1. Those are the two games that I could think of off the top of my head that do that. I'm sure we'll find more later on. But it looks like pretty standard RPG controls. So the menu screen is just, hey, they move around stuff. So cancel, run, open menu, open door, climb stairs, yeah. It's all pretty standard RPG stuff. Okay, so this is the important bit here. All right, if you're using a DualShock analog controller, Koudelka does not support it. So make sure that your controller is in digital mode. Even though, like, in PlayStation software, it knows which mode it's in. You shouldn't have to manually turn off analog mode just to use the D-pad. The D-pad works in both modes. That I saw that when I was looking over the manual, and that kind of boggled my mind that it's digital mode or nothing in this game. What are they doing? Flow of the game. Take control of the title character, search for items, and confronts enemies in Nementon Abbey. Bulk of the action takes place in the field screen. Okay. So they're implying there's not many battles in the game. That's interesting. When you encounter enemies, you'll move to a battle screen to fight them. Use the menu screen to change formation, armed with weapons and equipment. You'll be able to save your game at certain points and on most event screens. Huh. Okay. So the field screen is different from the event screen, according to this. So anytime we talk to a character, we can save the game, I guess? I'm not sure what the hell they mean by this. Inner grounds. Huh. Weird. Maybe it's an event screen every time you go to a new location. Alright, menu screen commands, circle, call up. That's... Okay, there's a dedicated heal thing in the menu, which I love. I love it when RPGs do this. So you don't have to screw around going into the magic menu or going to the item menu to heal. You can just, at the top of the list, there's heal. You do that and it heals you. Perfect. Status, yep. XP, yep. Equip stuff, yep. Okay, this is all pretty standard RPG stuff. Items. Okay, so standard RPG stuff. It's not like you're combining items in a survival horror game. So this is just straight up RPG mechanics here. We can rename equipment for some reason. I don't know what sort of gameplay purpose that would serve, but we can. There's a map command. You can only use it when you found the map in the Abbey. So there's a map somewhere that we can get, apparently. Save points are red box symbols. X is a notable event place. Rooms we visited are a check mark. Okay, so that's very useful. Formation, sure. Read the contents of letters, books, or material. Config menu. Okay. Alright, save points. Number of save points. When you step on it, you'll get a chance to save. Sometimes you need to defeat a foe before you can gain access to the save point. Okay. Interesting. And then there's also a temporary save, according to this. So there's an S mark displayed at the end of a room description. And then if you hit the circle button there, it'll quick save. So there's only one slot and it'll overwrite. So yeah, that's pretty much the same as like Saga Frontier. Okay, battles. Combat in Koudelka is turn-based. You can move and perform an action on each turn, so even if you attack first, you can still move afterwards, it sounds like. If an item is grayed out in battle, you can't use it. This will happen if you've already moved, attacked, or out of range. Okay, so if we're using an item, it has to be at the beginning of a turn, I guess? So attack, magic. Okay, use an item. Change this weapon you're using. Sure. Move around the battlefield. Only move so far each turn. Range of movement is a blue highlight. Okay. If you wait, the turn ends. Sure. Alright, press the circle button to call up the escape command. There are times when escape is okay, so you can run from fights. That's good to know. Status abnormalities, you can get poisoned. They only last for the duration of battle. Perfect. So far, they're checking all the I like this boxes for all the RPG mechanics that I can see here. So they have a heal thing in the menu. They have all kinds of save points, it sounds like. And status things only last for the duration of the battle. Like, love it. I love it. If your hit points are reduced to 0, they do not die. Also love it. If they wake up, if at the end of the battle they wake up with 1 HP. Dude, yes. This is perfect. This is perfect. Whoever designed this has played a Final Fantasy before and did not like some of their mechanics. Bonus AP. Add these to various statistics to strengthen their abilities. Customize your character. Okay. Skill levels exist for weapons and magic. The more you use weapons and magic, the more skill levels increase. Okay, so this is kind of Grandia style, it sounds like. The higher level, the stronger, more powerful it'll be. Sure. So it sounds like we might have to maybe min-max things. The only ways to obtain weapons are by finding them in the Abbey or receiving them after battle. So it sounds like there's no use for money in shops in this game. That's what I'm getting from that. Is that it's just found stuff only. Which that might make like getting healing and recovery items more difficult than usual. Is how that usually goes in a lot of games. Weapon levels and durability. Oh god, there's durability. Okay, they had me in a lot of points there, but durability. Uh-oh. Even if you switch to another type of sword. Interesting. Okay. Alright. Powerful ability attack if strength levels are high with fist. Dagger. One big hatchet. Yep. Halberd. Yep. Sure. A bowgun that shoots small arrows. Cannot be used without arrows. So there's bullets, rifles. Yeah, there's always fists. Maybe you could break your hand. I don't know. Shotgun. Weapons that can be used with one or both hands. So this is Dark Souls now, apparently. Greater accuracy, but lack the destructive power. Okay, so yeah, so that must be the swords and axes. Okay, item lists. Bread, 150 HP, cheese, dry goods. Roman nuts. Sure. Listal, 40 MP. High Listal, Panacea. Okay, so this is pretty limited item list, but I guess I'm okay with that, rather than having to remember what each thing does. Okay, so there's a pi stat in the game, but it stands for piety. Sure. Allocate bonus AP to piety. Interesting. So piety determines how much MP you have. Use more MP to cast higher level spells. Sure. One character specializing in magic. Yeah. Interesting. So they really give you a lot of flexibility here to really customize your party, it looks like. Which is interesting. 5 HP. Okay, so there is a battle res, it looks like. Flare. So there's elemental attacks, there's reflect attack, heal. Okay. Alright, changing discs. When the message appears, do that. It doesn't say anything about a save prompt before the disc change, which... Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, hints and tips. We'll, sure, we'll read this. I think there is like a walkthrough at the end. Oh no, there isn't. Never mind. That was King's Quest I'm thinking of. Okay. Since the inside of Nimbinton Abbey is dank and dimly lit, it's hard to understand just where items in the lake can be lurking. In those instances, take note of Koudelka's gestures. When she arrives at areas where something may be hiding, Koudelka will gaze at suspicious locations. Interesting. Okay. Using magic, there's quite a time lag between chanting a spell and its actual activation. Consequently, characters are completely vulnerable while casting a spell. Make sure to place your magic using characters at the back of your party. Okay. Interesting. Huh. So maybe the magic doesn't activate until the next turn? Huh. That's weird. I guess we'll find out. Alright, when HP and MP can't be restored, most of the time items or magic are used to restore HP, while MP is restored with items. However, there are cases when magic and items will be unavailable. In those instances, make your way to a save point. Save points restore HP and MP. Okay. That is extremely helpful. Again, that's a great thing that a lot of RPGs don't do. When things are hard to figure out, enter new locations, search every nook and cranny. Might find something interesting. When you get items you feel like suspicious, look at them with the examine command in the menu. Okay? Alright, then last page here. Distributing bonus HP, very important you understand each character's attributes. Build your characters into people who suit your taste. Make sure to specialize your characters for better results. So they want you to min-max, it sounds like here. Refer to those for what each one does. Okay. Strength is physical attack with melee. Vitality is maximum HP and defense. Dexterity is accuracy. Agility is... Oh, okay, that's how often you get a turn. Intelligence is how powerful your magic is. The pi is MP and defense. Okay. Mind is magical accuracy, and luck is probably a useless stat if it's like any other RPG. Okay, that's all that, and then we get gigantic Koudelka head at the bottom. All right, sounds good to me. I'll leave this open at the stats screen here because I'm probably gonna need to refer to that. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it, shall we? Okay, Koudelka. I'm really looking forward to this one because it's been a while since I played a proper RPG. Okay, so we're doing this on off a PSIO. This is through an OSSC and RBGB, so it should look just about as good as it can get. And let's do it. So the plan is to play about 3 hours or so of this, and then we'll switch over to King's Quest IV. Alright. Infogram. .15 FPS cutscene. Is that a skeleton? That looks a little weird underneath the cloak. Alright, 1898 in Aberystwyth, Wales. Sure. Alright. Koudelka. So we got new game, continue and config. And actually I need to change my TV over. This is set to 16:9 now. And this is not a 16:9 game. Okay. Alright, so we got stereo, mono, vibration. We might as well turn that on. And not much in terms of those. So again, there's even a picture here of a DualShock, but you can't do anything with those sticks. Like, what happens if I turn on analog? Does the game get mad? It actually won't even let me turn on analog. That is, I'm hitting the analog button, and it is not going into analog mode. All right, they are no analog. Let's do it. So even if you wanted to, you can't put it on analog. All right, so it might look like it locked up here, but it's doing stuff. All Hey, Ipo. Yeah, your PS1 will burst into flames. Saknoth will send the lawyers. There is a chance of my PS1 bursting into flames. I made some modifications to the insides of it. For digital audio and for the flash card, so there's a non-zero chance of that happening. Okay, so there's already a bunch of... Wait, were those all from the horse? Is it just me or her eyes like 20% too big for her head? She doesn't quite have anime eyes, but almost. Okay.
Too early, Angel. I'm not dead yet.
Not yet, but it looks like you're going to die soon.
Maybe. But you'll have to pardon me while I tend to some unfinished business first.
Business? What can you possibly accomplish in your condition? You can't even hold your gun steady.
Well, no, unless I try.
This is pretty decent
I'm not
foot.
gonna die unless I shoot it 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times. This is an RPG. Oh man.
Damn it! Here, use this.
Here, use this loading screen. Alright, 60 FPS battle screen. Alright, well, it was briefly 60. Okay. Actually, let's... Probably can't escape this. Alright, so we're plus 5? Sure. Pistol is 1 and 0. Yeah, it was better lip sync than Shenmue 3. Alright. What we got for magic? Oh, jeez. Alright, so we got a heal at the very least, that's promising. Okay. I don't think any of these will help us with our gun. So we got a knife. We can punch it, or we can just shoot it. I'm assuming I'll probably get more ammo at some point, so we might as well shoot it. And the guy said you gotta shoot it 2 or 3 times, so we'll shoot it through 2 or 3 times. Okay. Man. Interesting. Okay, we'll just wait here. So what is this thing? Is this like a half werewolf? Like, the game doesn't have any sort of... Alright. Huh. Sure. Wereman? I don't know if that's... Yeah, maybe that is fur. It's like werewolf and then also dragon tail? And it's got green blood. Okay. I'm assuming it can't shoot at us, so we'll go over here. Okay. I'm hoping this isn't the regular battle music, because this track is not very good so far. Oh, there's our 2 to 3 shots. And then it goes up to 60 FPS very briefly. Okay. So the game is trying to be 60 FPS. Okay, we got whiskey and we learned flare. Good. And it also looks like it's not switching resolutions. It's just staying 240p all the time. Okay, so is this tank controls? No. This is not tank controls. Okay. But you gotta hold down triangle to run. Oh, that's the menu. Okay, what does the menu look like? Okay. So it won't let us heal. Formation. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, she does stare at items. I remember that from the manual. I didn't see her stare at anything, though. Anything over here? Man, those screen transitions, though. Well, she's not staring at anything, so... Let's talk to dude, I guess.
Hey, what about him?
He's dead.
Really? Thank you. So I guess my time is up. Hey, Angel. I'm not gonna ask you to take me to heaven. But will you pray for me at least?
Are you out of your mind? There's no bloody way I'm going to pray for you. But I guess I owe you because you saved me too. Payback time.
This is really good sound work.
Shut up! Keep it down! Okay, let's go. Stand up or I'll leave you here.
What happened? It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm cured.
Yeah, and so I cured you, so what?
You? You cured me. But I was almost dead. I'm confused. So you really are an angel?
Don't be foolish. Do you really think that there are angels on Earth? I'm no angel. I'm just a medium with a little curing power.
I'm Edward J. Plunkett. I know I look pretty shady, but you don't look too wholesome yourself.
No, I'm not like you. And this is no place for people like you. Why did you come here?
I heard a rumor.
A rumor.
I heard something in London. That the son of some rich family bought an old monastery. Spent a ton of money to convert it into a house. I heard he brought quite a lot of harlots here. Seems like he was having a great time.
So, where is this monastery?
That's what I want to know. I came all this way to put a poor man's fear of God into this rich bastard. So far, I haven't found anything. Then this monster attacked me. I almost got killed. If you'd come any later, no doubt I'd be singing hymns in his stomach right now.
Shouldn't have bought such a good horse. She's too fast.
Too bad you won't be hearing me sing those hymns. When I was a boy, I was a pretty good soprano.
If you don't stop talking, I'll leave you here. My name is Kudalka, and I'm only going to say this once, so don't forget. If you want to get out of here alive, I suggest you stick very close. Got it?
Charmed, I'm sure.
Okay. Like, man, so far, the audio design for the voice acting is great. And the sound effects in this game, amazing. Like, it's probably why this game is 4 discs, because it doesn't sound like they compressed anything in this. Ooh. So far, so good. With the Koudelka. Alright, I'm assuming there's no items in here. Okay, so here's our first temporary save. Oh, so it does go on the memory card. Interesting. Will it let me save? Unlike JoJo? Okay. So there was a... I don't know if it actually saved or not. So there was a PSIO update since I did JoJo, the JoJo playthrough, and it actually fixed saving. Okay, so you have to hit X to dismiss that. So there's a pixel right there that looks suspicious, but... Oh, you have to be standing right on it. Okay. Sure. Hey, Mapbox. We got ocean. Okay. Alright, well that... from the looks of things, picking up items is going to be a real pain in the ass. If you have to be that close to pick up anything. Okay, so Edward is 256. He's got 8 MP. Heal and flare. Okay, so Edward doesn't have a weapon. He's got 16 strength compared to 13 for her. He's also got flare and heal. Okay, so it looks like magic is party-wide, perhaps? Interesting. Okay. Can we give... I guess we can just have... Well... I don't know if I should be using up my bullets or not and saving that for something else. So we'll just keep him barehanded and have her keep using that. Okay, more of that. Okay. No need to heal. And then since we're gonna have... Can I have to... How do I do this? Okay, that one. Alright, since he's gonna be doing punch-in, we'll have him like that, I guess. Hopefully it won't be an issue with getting shot in the back or something. Okay. So we got door over there. We've got... Okay, door to the south, and then door north. Alright, I'm looking at the item on the left to see if it flashed again. Okay, it... Whoop. Sure. The hell is that? Okay. Alright, she's got 22 MP. Well, I guess we can try our magic. So 8 MP. Oh, okay, so that used up her turn when I cast the magic. And then this, we're going to just punch this thing. Okay, it knocked him back a square too, okay. Interesting. Alright, I'm going to keep him in front of Koudelka to see if there's any weird line of sight issue. Okay, so there's no line of sight with magic, at least not now. Oh wait, is that like the Final Fantasy self-destruct? Yo, how? Well then. Well then. Oh. Sure. And you have to do a soft reset when that happens, by the way. I had to hit select and start because it wasn't taking my inputs otherwise. Okay. Yeah, the first random encounter just wipes the party. Fantastic. It's a good thing there's temporary saves. Yeesh. Okay, well, let's not go in that room. Maybe we're not supposed to be in that room until the end of the game or something, and that was the final boss. Woo. Gonna be one of those games, huh? Either that or you're supposed to use the gun on it. Alright, let's go. Oh. I see. I see. Alright, this... Okay, you have to use stairs to go up them. Is bullet? Okay, it is bullets. Okay. Do I have to reload the gun outside of combat? It looks like I do. Huh. We picked up... Maybe we had to use it from the... Okay, and then that... Okay. That's interesting. We gotta do that. Sure. Yeah, no Cool Z in Shenmue 3. They really messed up there. I'm not sure even Cool Z would have helped that one. Okay. Oh. A two-stair staircase. Better use the use button. Okay. So I'm still not seeing the thing where she turns to look at items. Like there she looks. She's looking at... Okay. There is the... You have to be like right on top of it though. Okay, found bread. I don't know why it gives you the yes or no prompts, because as far as I can see, there is no item limit. I don't see one on screen, and the manual didn't mention one. Huh. Maybe there's some sort of gameplay reason why you wouldn't want to pick up everything. Oh, great. Here we go. Okay. Maybe these things don't have the blow up everything spell. Okay. Alright, so accuracy hasn't been a problem yet. These are... There's also kind of a lot of detail here on the character models, which is pretty nice. Okay, cool. Yeah. Good morning to you as well. Poison, okay. Alright, let's see. Okay, accuracy is still not a problem. And now that I know that there's AoE attacks in this game, like keeping them spaced out is probably going to be a good move. Okay, we can probably finish this off with some melee. You missed the... I died to the first random encounter in this game, Ed. The first random encounter we came across. I shot it, or no, I used a magic spell on it. Oh no, changing your weapon will... Okay. Dang it. Was it my fault? Probably not. It walked up to my party, used this AoE magic attack that did like 150 points of damage each, and you can see I don't have much health there because it's the beginning of the game. And then it did it twice in a row. It just went... And then my party was dead, and we got a game over. So this one went a lot more smoothly. And yeah, so far 20-ish minutes into the game, I'm actually pretty damn impressed with this game. Okay, we leveled up, got 4 bonus points. R2's AP explanation? Oh, okay, so this is also very useful that they just put this in the game. Alright, Koudelka is probably going to be casting magic a lot. So int is effectiveness of spells, and pi is how much MP we have. And I think at this point, priority is probably going to be on more MP to just cast more weaker spells. So like that, and then make them a little more effective. Because mind is accuracy, I think. Yeah, successfully using attack and healing. Instant. Okay. Huh. Okay. Alright, we got more whiskey, which I assume that's an MP restoration thing. Let's see if it is. Okay, so again, extremely useful that there's this heal button here, so you can just hit this once, and then... okay, yeah, 2 button presses and you're healed up. Nice. Okay. I think that'll do. So does she still have the gun equipped, or what? Nope, she's still that. Okay. It would be nice if there was a reload menu option here on the main menu, because that's kind of annoying that I gotta do that. Okay, I don't see any other key looking items here. So all we got here was bread. So sure. So there's another door down here. So this is where the room was with the encounter that just blew me the fuck up at the start of the game. So hopefully we can go through this door and not have to deal with it. Okay. Oh boy, I hope we come across that map sometime. Okay, let's see what's over here. Nothing. Okay. Okay. This game's a little weird with the screen transitions. Listle. Okay. And it's also doubling up on the you picked up item prompts, which is a little weird. Scotch whiskey. Rouse unconscious people. Oh, that's what whiskey's for. Okay. Sure. Potion. Extra HP, yep. Listle. MP. Bread is HP. Okay. So we got oh. Usually the run button is circle in most games. Okay. Alright, pistol rounds. Take it. So this is... somebody had a bad time or a good time at the chicken coop, it looks like. Nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, so what we're gonna do is... We're gonna get as far away from this thing as we can. 77 is still not a lot. Alright. Weird. Alright, we're gonna cast a spell. Cast, flare. Do not blow me up. Do not blow me up, ball. Okay, that's acceptable. $18 whole damage. Nice. And that used up all of his MP. Okay, maybe I should give Edward the gun. Because... Alright, I think it might be too late now to do that, so we'll just have him punch. Okay. Sure? Okay, so that thing has about 200 HP from the looks of things. Okay, this better give me like a level up for both characters. For having to go through that again. Of course not. Alright, we got Rags. Okay. And still no level up for Edward. Great. Okay, so we are going to have her use the knife, give him the gun, because he is otherwise useless. Jesus. I can't heal? Oh. Oh, okay, so that's who's the active character here. My thing stopped reading inputs here. Why did this stop reading inputs? What is going on here? Okay. I've been having glitches with my my controller overlay today, and I'm not sure why. Whatever. Okay. So heal him. Heal her. We gotta reload the gun. Okay. Okay. So Kadelka's just gonna be casting magic now. Okay. So still no real save point yet. So still just fake saves. Okay, so we got at least one door. I don't know if that's a door or a window on the right. It's a window. Okay. This is probably going to be a mini boss. At the end of the hall here, perhaps. Or not. What's the point of this room? Are these doors on the right? Okay, there's no items here. The door is being... oh. Of course. Alright, it looks like we're going down to the first floor. Alright, so far I'm not a fan of the stairs mechanic in this. Okay, so we gotta backtrack back to the... Oh, jeez. This is probably not gonna go well. Alright, so I probably want to prioritize the one on the left first. Because I have a feeling the night dude is probably going to move slow. And this thing... Sure. So we got night dude. But this thing looks like bigger trouble than the night is. Wait, is it carrying its other arm? Yeah, these are really great looking character models. Like, so far, this has been a top-notch production. Okay, so like I thought, the night is really slow. So unless the night starts casting magic at us, we'll probably be okay. Thing's got a lot of health. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Alright, one down. And we'll do that. So we'll see, okay, so he's going after dude. Okay. So that's 8 MP, so I'm gonna have to heal after this. So using an item, items can't be used after you're done an action. So I'm gonna have to use her next turn to heal, I think. Oh, she just cast it on the same turn, okay. Interesting how turns are calculated in this. I'm guessing a gun is probably not going to be super helpful here, but might as well. Pi is piety, which increases maximum MP and defense against magic. So that is what Pi is in this game. Alright. Oh, that did a lot, actually. Okay. Alright. Who'd have thought a gun bullets would be more effective against knight in armor than against a zombie, but okay. Sure. Yeah, I guess they had to call it something, right? So he's got -1 pies? Sure. So I guess we're not gonna worry about the magic related stats on Edward because he's probably gonna be punching. So we'll, and that's chance to land, so something like that is probably what we want. Probably what we want. Okay. Okay. All right, we got a spear. Good. Because, yeah, I think depending on bullets is probably not going to be super helpful. Because it sounds like bullets are probably going to be pretty scarce in this game. 29. Okay. Oh, we also got rags. I forgot. So he's probably going to be air rags. The hell? Alright, hold up. Armor, air rags. Cloth armor. Stuffed under armor can help absorb blows, a little protection. Okay. So, hey, here's a sweatshirt. Sure. And then... normal spear, a basic spear, long wooden pole, tipped with steel blade. Okay. Ordinary knife, decorated handle. Intended for use by ladies. Okay. So he's probably going to be on the front lines more, since she's going to be casting magic. So we'll put the armor on him. And then, of course, I need to heal him, and I need to get MP back for Koudelka. So MP was Listel, I think. Yep. Okay. And then heal Edward. Okay, we good. Alright. Yeah, we're all wearing cloth armor. I got my cloth armor on. And I also got my forklift racing t-shirt from the Yeti. Which is also cloth armor. Okay, so we want to go back the way we came. And back this way. And down the stairs. Man, there's this weird lag when you're opening doors in this. Every single scene transition is weirdly handled in this game so far. One of the few things that's I don't like about this game. Alright, later, Icarus. Have a good one. Okay, this way. There's an odd couple in the room, Ogden and Bessie Hartman. What? Who say they are the caretakers of the Nemeton Monastery.
How unusual that you two have decided to come to our rural district. There's really nothing interesting here.
It has gotten so cold outside. We weren't expecting any visitors. The soup is all we have. Please, have as much as you want.
Oh, yes, please.
Thanks. Smells great.
Wouldn't you like some, dear? Don't you like potato soup?
No. It's not that. I'm all right for now. Thank you for your hospitality, though.
No trouble at all. Please let me know if there's anything we can do. We are the only ones who live here, and it's so rare that we get any visitors.
So are you two really the only ones who live here?
Why do you ask?
Well, it was pretty foggy, so I couldn't tell for sure. But this building looked like an old church or something. Seems a little big just for the two of you.
You're right. In the 9th century, a saint from Ireland named Daniel Scotius built a place of worship here to appease monsters and evil spirits. That was how the Nemeton Monastery started. Or so I heard.
Monsters. Is that right?
Yes. What about them?
You might not believe this, but we saw a monster on our way here.
Is that so? You saw it too?
You mean that monster's been around for a while?
Well, we've been taking care of the monastery for a number of years, but from about 6 months ago, monsters have been appearing.
We see them more and more every month.
I used to be a sailor. I'm not afraid of any monsters.
Oh dear. What if something terrible happens to you?
We almost got killed back there. Now we're out of bullets.
That's not good. The monsters might try and attack you again. I'll spare you some bullets.
Thanks, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Looking after others.
We're
He's
at
so
Bulls.
wonderful at that.
So, have you two been together long?
Yes, quite a while. Now, all he does is paint and maintain this old building. That's his daily routine. But back in the old days,
Thanks, Ogden. I owe you one.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Can we go get more bullets? It's been the red key. Okay. That's okay. Those two. There's probably more to them than meets the eye. That seemed a little fishy. Talking to those two. All right. Okay. But nice. I think every NPC we run across, we should just say, "Hey, we're out of bullets," and see if we can get some.
Now this would make good rations. Let's take some with us.
I can't believe it. Are you still hungry?
I didn't have anything to eat or drink for 3 days. Of course I'm hungry. Speaking of which, you wasted all of that food. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. If it weren't poisoned, then I would have had some.
Pardon?
I said, if the soup weren't poisoned, then I would have had some. Got it?
Knew it.
Poisoned? No way.
Just a little bit. I smelled some poisonous plant.
What's happened?
Oh, I can tell you how you're going to feel. In about half an hour, you won't be able to move your body. If you don't find an antidote, you'll definitely die.
So they really were trying to kill us. But why?
Don't know. But it seems they're quite used to doing it this way. They must be hiding something. Listen, Edward. I'm going to try to cure you now. But you have to promise that when I do, you won't get mad and rush back to that couple right away. It's safer if we pretend we're dead and continue exploring this building. I think we'll find something interesting for sure.
Okay. Sure. All right. I'm assuming he's healed. Sure. All right. I think I should change the information though, actually. So we can just start him off spaced out like that. And actually, if I'm gonna have him doing melee, probably do that. Okay. Okay. Oh. I keep thinking that maybe I should just rebind the buttons, because it's not going well. All right, you found another lady's knife. I'm assuming that's... Oh, that's right. There's I forgot. There's durability. Okay. So where does it list durability? Normal knife. So it doesn't like... So if I hold down right, it brings up this. Level 10. 1390. Specialty silence. Interesting. And then there's nothing for barehanded. Don't worry about the FPS in menu sections. Just in 3D parts, it's more accurate. Because it's an FPS in a menu is not going to be easily calculated. Okay. So I'm not going to bother giving Edward more MP. We'll just naturally let that come back after level ups. Nothing useful here. Okay. So all that just for pot over the fire. Okay. Oop. See, like here it is accurate. All right, 3 spooky ghosts. I'm assuming guns are not going to be useful. But magic probably is. Alright, let's go stab this ghost and hope for the best. Actually, can I undo that move? Dang it. Okay, I might have to escape. Oh, nice, Glad. Okay, 52. Maybe they don't have a bunch of HP. Sheila Booth. Sure. No, I think it's weird listening to Edward talk. It sounds like Edward's lines were recorded in a shower. Like there's a weird reverb to his voice lines that Koudelka's voice doesn't do. Okay. Zero points. Oh no. Alright. Oh, she's silenced. Dang. Okay, so the spear's got 2. Alright, can we stab the ghost? We can, and it is very effective. Okay. Alright. Things we've learned. You can stab ghosts in this game. And now that Koudelka's been silenced, we gotta move her up. Because she is not going to be useful where she is right now. I guess I could equip the gun on her? Alright, I'll take all this 0 damage. And then just in case we can't shoot ghosts, we'll get on up over here. Okay. Why can I not attack this? Do you have to be two squares away? Why does it not say that? Okay, you have to be 2 squares away. Okay. I really wish like they showed the red squares on the ground in like Fire Emblem does that. And most strategy RPGs do that to show your range, because that's really annoying. Okay. Let's shoot this ghost. And now ghost is angry. Great. Sure. Can we do it from 3 away? No, we can't. Okay. Alright, how long is our attack range? So from here, you should be able to hit it? Alright. Good. Very effective. So besides that one fight from the thing that blew me up twice, everything else has been pretty easy so far. Okay. But that is weird that it it doesn't tell you the ranges, so you just kind of have to know what the range is for anything. Okay. So we came in here from the... Alright. Got cheese, sure. Is this... Wait, is that the map? No, not the map. Okay. So we... Where did we come in from? Okay, we came in from here. So there's another door we can go in. Okay. I need to reload that gun while I'm thinking of it. Okay, they have to be holding the gun before they... Oh, God. Alright, that's annoying that you gotta do that. Unless there's some other way to reload guns that I don't know about, but... That is kind of annoying. Okay, well, we'll keep that on her for now. Because we have a decent amount of bullets. And I hit the circle button again. Cool. Alright, we got a potion, a hammer. There might be something on that shelf in the back here. No? Okay. So we got a pipe in the lower right. We got whatever this is, which is a Listel. Okay, that's an MP restoration item. We got a huge axe that we can't take. Okay, hammer. Not sure if that's a plot item or a weapon. We got crowbar? Pipe. Okay. Furnace one open. How about this one? It's really hard to tell what is interactive and what isn't in this game so far. Okay. Alright. So these things, probably high move speed. 22... Let's see how effective magic is. I guess magic does just get more effective the more we use it. Okay. And let's stab this one. So I guess if you get surrounded while using this thing... Dang, this... Okay. This thing does a ton of damage. Wait, I thought she was casting... Okay. We killed the thing that we were casting the spell for. Sure. Okay, that's probably another silence. It'd be nice if it actually said the status effect. Because it didn't last time. Okay, so we didn't get status effect. Alright, how effective are guns? Pretty effective, okay. That is too far away from that one. I'm gonna be really mad when this spear breaks. 'Cause it's probably going to break at a really inopportune time. Oh, alright, that works. Okay. Ten antidotes. Okay, 3 Listal. So those might be okay for farming items from the looks of things. And now we gotta heal our gun, because of course. Okay. So it looks like the MP restoration doesn't kick in until level ups. Interesting. Oh, I hit the circle button again. All right, I'm gonna. I think I can rebind it, because that is just gonna mess me up. Okay, we'll make this triangle. Okay, swap those. There we go. Okay. Okay. Let's just do that. To make this more like video game controls. Something's not right. Okay. So we got dude on the ground. We still haven't come across a real save point, by the way. Man collapsed, passed out. Okay. I don't see any, like, obvious usable items here. Nothing out of the ordinary here besides the guy passed out on the ground. Okay. This is probably going to be a boss fight. Try to move deeper into the garden. A giant planet attacks you. This game is very weird with its... like, why wasn't that an in-engine cutscene? Or some... Huh. Okay, plant enemy, so probably gonna be weak to fire, I'm guessing. So let's... Or maybe I should save that for healing. Alright, we'll try shooting at it first. Not effective. Okay. So that was, the 30-something? So let's say gun was 31. Okay. So that should be good to hit it with the spear. And then... So what could be a thing is the... maybe positioning matters for fights, where if you're in front of the boss, it can hit you with the tentacles, but if you're off to the side, it won't hit you, maybe? I don't know. Hey, Hidden. Okay. 120. Okay, so that did way more than the pistol. Another 0 damage attack. Okay. Sure. Alright, how much damage does player do? So even worse than the pistol. Okay. Alright. We'll save her MP for healing then, I guess. Oh no, 5 damage. And probably poison. Not even poisoned, okay. Yeah, magic kind of sucks so far. I haven't really been putting too many points into it, but Okay, we'll get her MP back for now. So it's Listle. Yeah, the music's... I would say the music's is okay so far for this. Like, the sound design as a whole has been really great. Like, great voice acting, great sound effects. The music has been, I'd say, average, as far as I'm concerned, personally. But still, overall, great sound design. I think this is a great-looking game. There's a little bit of gameplay weirdness. If I was going to nitpick this early about things I don't like about the game. Like, the screen transition stuff, the kind of the awkward way that they go into cutscenes is a little weird. But everything else has been great about this. Though that first fight we got into, where I got immediately blown up, was not great. Alright, we'll just shoot this thing rather than waste 13 damage now. Okay, it did 31 the first time, so... I could move her up and just have her start stabbing the thing. But so far this is working. And I don't think I want to risk having the boss change its AI by having both characters near it. So we'll just keep going here. Well, you know what? Let's move her up here. Let's go do some stabbing. Oh man, it's a Mystic Pipe. MP Drain, specialty hit. A Water Hammer, which can silence. That can silence, and then the knife is just a knife. So let's just use a normal knife. We probably don't have to silence her. Alright. And from the looks of things, the boss is immobile, so if we need to, we can just move out of range. So that's probably why he's not getting slapped around by the boss, is because the boss can't move. And if we have the spear with the two square range, it can't do anything to him. And I'm hoping Koudelka will not get slapped around here. If she does, though, I am moving her back to the corner immediately. It's better safe than sorry. Okay, so you got knocked back a square. And poisoned, okay. Interesting. Alright, let's see how much the old stabby stab does. 18! Okay, I guess we're using the gun. Especially because I think this is going to block the spear. Yep, because Koudelka's dumbass is in the way. Alright. Alright, Koudelka, get out. Oh my god, Koudelka, get out of the way. Alright, we'll give her some bread. Give her some bread and walk it off, Koudelka. Alright, now get out of the way. Okay, so that's kind of area of effect. Alright, get the hell out of there, Koudelka. Alright. So, she's got heal, fortify, int. So we can fortify other dudes' strength, so we can hit harder. Range damage is affected by distance. Yeah, that makes sense. I could see that being a thing. Oh, her spell didn't go off yet. This extra... This time delay on spells is really weird. Alright. That is barely more damage. Okay. Oh, the poison's gone, too. Interesting. Okay. Alright, got him. Alright. Those big level ups. Okay. So... It takes forever for her to get her turn, so we should give her a little more. I'm pretty sure this is, yeah, character speed, multiple actions, high speed. Yeah, so her having low speed is not great, so let's do that. And then... So this is accuracy, this is amount of MP, and this is how hard spells hit. And I still think having more MP is going to be more beneficial to us, because that's more heals. And I'll take more heals over stronger heals any day. Yeah, I think that'll be good for that. And then for him, we're not going to have him casting spells really at all, as far as I'm concerned. And then more agility, probably good. He already has a ton of health. I haven't had any issues with landing hits yet, so just that, I think, will probably be good. Okay. Then we got Icon's Necklace. We learned the spell Geyser. Okay. Icon's Necklace. Okay. Let's see what that is. Tool. Gold necklace set with 3 emeralds, too large to be used by a person. It appears to have been made to decorate a statue. Yep. So we Resident Evil now. Okay. Let's see what that spell was. Status is what we want for that? Okay, well, it's an attack spell. That's all we're gonna know about that. And so she's got gun level ups. Okay. I'm assuming we don't have any. Sure. Oh. Actually, let's give her the gun again. Give her the gun, reload the gun. Okay. And then take a look at these. Alright, water hammer. Large steel hammer used by blacksmiths, bit unbalanced to the heavy load, but powerful. Okay. And then pipe. Simple metal pipe. Slightly bent one, hammer-like weapon. Okay. Interesting. So... And that's probably a short range, like 1 square weapon, unlike the spear. And then armor, we still only have rags. Okay. Alright, so we're looking for a statue, I guess. And I don't really see one on the screen. Not letting me use anything over here. I don't remember seeing any statues. Maybe this guy woke up. Hey, it's an enchanted metal pipe.
Oh, my head. Oh, what happened? Oh, yes, that's right. That monster.
This is probably this guy from the cover art.
Who on earth are you two?
Hey, we rescued you, and that's your way of saying thanks?
Little did I know that these days were into rescuing perfect strangers.
You.
Yeah, so Kodelka and New Guy have normal sounding audio.
My name is Kudelka, and this is Edward.
Edward has the bathroom
Would you mind
recordings.
telling us how you ended up collapsed down this path?
My name is James. James O'Flaherty. I've been searching for something, and it took me to the monastery. Little did I know that it'd become a breeding ground for demonic spirits.
Then how did you get in here dressed like that?
Through the main gate, of course. The caretakers welcomed me with open arms.
That husband and wife team? And the food? Was there no poison in your food?
What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?
Those caretakers tried to poison and kill us.
That's not funny. I find it inappropriate for you to try to dupe an upstanding believer of the Christian faith.
So nothing happened to you then?
Of course not. Not until I encountered that monster.
Yeah? And we're the ones who took care of that monster. Far be it from me to expect any words of gratitude from you.
I see. And I can tell from your appearances that the power of your faith alone was not enough to smooth things out with that monster.
It wasn't the kind of problem that faith alone could solve.
Ugh.
Sure.
Look at this plinth. It's broken now, but holy water ran from it until recently. But I've become distracted. Almighty God, please give me the strength to ward off these monsters.
I can see that we've wasted our time here. Let's go, Kudelka.
Just a minute. Although I'm under the protection of the Lord, it doesn't hurt to take precautionary measures. I think I'll go with you.
Okay. Got our third party member already. And according to the back of the box, that's all we get. So got to make this party work. So yeah, this is really well acted. Really impressed with the production of this game. Oh, you can save here. Okay. That's so maybe all the holy water is save points in this game. Okay, interesting. That probably explains why you have to beat enemies sometimes to unlock save points. Interesting. Okay. All right, I need to step away for a couple minutes here. Let's go into the menu. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes, and we'll continue with more Kodelka. Stay tuned. Okay. Alright. Oh, gotta turn off the music too. There we go. Alright, Koudelka. Featuring this fountain sound. Sure. Alright. So we got level 1 James. So nice that they give us this guy at level 1. Ugh. Hate it when RPGs do that. Okay. So we got James barehanded, 225, 40. So, okay, he's got a lot of pie right off the bat. Sure. Pie, mind, luck. So how's that compare to Koudelka's? So his int and mind are less. So he's got very similar stats to Koudelka, but he's level 1. Interesting. So Edward's clearly going to be using the weapons. And then the other two are just... Yeah, I'm not sure what the plus minuses are. I think that's for items you have equipped. I think it's because he has a spear equipped, and that gives him plus 12 to his base strength. I'm guessing, probably. And then because Koudelka has the pistol equipped, maybe that's the -1 to other stuff. Let's see. Let's see if that's the case. So with the knife equipped, Koudelka, yeah, so she's back to +0. So that's what it is. It's the item equip bonuses. Okay, so I guess I have to keep that in mind. For if I'm casting spells, I shouldn't have her hold the gun. Like if she's casting spells, she should be holding what? So only the pistol, of course. Only the pistol affects her piety negatively for less MP. And then everything else. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll keep her using the pistol for now, and then this guy. Oh, I have Koudelka holding the other thing. All right, this guy will give him the Mystic Pipe, because sure. And then that's it for all that. So we gotta give her the pistol again. And then James is down to 225 health. Now, all of a sudden? Sure? Where does health go? Huh. Sure. Okay, so we're on the lookout for a statue that needs a necklace put on it. Okay, there's a little step there, but nothing. I guess so. Yeah, that's probably where the health came from. Because that's an enormous buff that he got. So he got plus 5 vitality, I guess, from the Mystic Pipe. Interesting. Okay, so if I were a statue in need of a necklace, where would I be? We didn't get any keys or anything. So there was a room previously that said that a door is held shut by a mystic power. But where that was, I have no idea. I'm assuming this isn't like a ladder up. Like a weird rope ladder. Okay, guess not. Okay. Alright, now I gotta remember where that room is that had the... Maybe it was this room. Like this... No? Oh, man. It's these screen transitions. Okay. And this looks like a staircase up, but apparently it isn't. Okay, anything Anything over here? Alright. Okay. So this room's probably still locked. Oh. Alright, we get to test out our horrible new party member and see how bad he is. Oh no. It's our old buddy, Mr. Blow Up the Party. Alright, Edward. God. Okay, we're gonna keep Koudelka there so she can heal the party when everyone else inevitably gets blown up by this thing. Oh, shit. So this is the encounter that is the reason for this one death. This was my first random encounter I got into was with this guy, and he just blew me up. Alright, we'll wait there. Okay, this should hit him? Okay. Is this just a one-shot? Okay, alright. Yeah, eat shit. Eat shit, floating ball. That's what you get. Good. We got a revenge on floaty ball thing. And we didn't... Okay, there's no, like, XP screen or anything. Okay, that's locked. Nothing over here. Okay. Alright, so we're on the lookout for that one door that said it's held shut by mysterious forces. And also a statue to put a necklace on. So I think the door that was held shut was through here. I still don't see a statue or anything. Okay. Hello? Door? Man, doors are really, really finicky in this game. I hit the circle button and it didn't let me save. So, alright, hold up. Shit. I was gonna leave the door and come back. Oh, it's not the circle button anymore. That's right, it's the menu button. I thought it was hard-coded to be circle. But no, it should have said hit the menu button to come back. Okay. We'll just... Interesting. So there is kind of line of sight, it seems. Huh. Alright, we'll shoot this one. So these things have 200 HP, I think. Okay, we'll get the one in the far back. Man, get wrecked. Okay. Yeah, move into the exact spot where I can hit you with my spear. That's good thinking, floating angel guy. Alright, I need to change the formation when I think about it. Alright, how's your magic? Let's try the geyser spell on you. Let's see what this even does. Oh, nothing, because he can't cast it yet. Alright, let's just wait. Let's wait again. Yeah, hopefully that spear doesn't break for a while. It'll be like that, God, what was the game? Vandal Hearts, I think? Where I had some, like, super OP... Oh, no, maybe it was Valkyrie Profile. Valkyrie Profile, where I had some really OP sword, and then it broke after, like, 2 hits, and I used it on some just random trash fights. Alright, so she is silenced. I still want to wait and see what that spell does. Man, that priest guy must have pretty low agility. Okay, I don't want to get in the way of the spell there, so we'll move over here. Dude, he's still casting the spell. Come on. Okay, there we go. Alright, all that for 41 whole damage. Huh. Again, there. Yep, that moment. Yep. Good old Valkyrie profile. Okay, James O'Flaherty. Okay, 4 bonus points. Well, I think we need to do that, because that was painful, having to wait for that to cast. I think that's our first priority, is getting that up. Yeah, that is one slow dude. So we'll fix that like that. And then we'll have him never cast a spell again, because that was horrible. Okay, we gotta heal our gun here. Okay. So we haven't come across any additional pistol rounds yet, except that one cutscene. So I'm probably just gonna have to stop using the pistol. Oh.
What a dark and depressing building. Even with the temple, you can't feel the presence of the Lord's light. I can't believe I stepped foot in this place.
Where all have gone, and all must go, to be the nothing that I was. I have born to life and living woe.
Lord Byron, no? I am not an admirer of his. In the first place, his poetry is unrefined.
And who gave you the right to judge the refinement of poetry?
Poetry should delve into the depths of the souls of the faithful. And others. It should inspire the soul as to Alexander Pope or George Herbert.
If they have the power to do away with these evil spirits, I'd choose anyone. Even that dear old carpenter's son. you love
Blasphemous!
so
Pagan! How dare you utter such words of sin?
To seek help from someone you've never met before is ridiculous, especially when people are dying from hunger every single day in London.
They're all filthy and immoral little beggars that deserve to die.
There's a little bit of dynamic lighting here.
Sin is...
Like the right edges of the characters
Doesn't sound like a demonic spirit to me.
have red on
This
them.
is coming from that building over there.
The poison didn't kill us, so now they're taking the fast and easy way now.
Don't be ridiculous!
Why don't you ask the bullets who's being ridiculous?
You idiots!
Alright, someone's shooting at us. Okay. Alright. Well, I guess I'm heading the right way. So I think this was the door that said it was held shut by mysterious forces. This also looks like it's a font that could be refilled. Wait, it's still... Okay. I really don't like it when the game does this. Like, this could be a cutscene. Rather than making me read a novel. Oh, jeez. Alright, these are probably elementals. And they're probably spellcasters. So... if I... like, flare this one. So if we cast a fire spell on this one... let's see what that does. And then I have a feeling trying to use physical attacks is not going to go well. I have a feeling this is probably going to miss, but we're good to go. Okay, well, that went pretty well. Yep, the game facts epic. Rip the FMVs. Okay, so let's just go hit him with the pipe then, I suppose. Alright, please do something. Okay, I guess magic is probably out for this fight. So far, I haven't been impressed with the magic damage. Alright, I also likely want to spread them out here so that I can't be blown up by one AoE. Okay, let's go after the blue one. Oh, drain. Okay. I don't know if I'm just getting lucky on these magic attacks or what, but it's so weird that these are all doing 0 damage. Not that I'm complaining or anything, I just find it weird. There we go, 1 damage. 1 whole damage. So all it took was me complaining. Alright. So we already did like 300. These things have a decent amount of HP, it seems. Okay. Alright, so what happens if we shoot that one? 12 whole damage. Okay. So it's... So guns, not effective. Which means... It's stabby time. And I should probably change this guy's weapon, because 38 damage is not going to cut it. And at least we're draining MP. So maybe I should give Koudelka that pipe and have her continue to heal. But I gotta do that on the next turn because I can't do it now. Okay. That thing's still not dead. This has got to be a boss fight or something, because this is wild. I'm assuming it's got a near-death state animation, though. Because the crystals stop moving. If only briefly. So maybe it's like Final Fantasy 8 and 9, where if they're almost dead, they have a different set of animations. Okay, so we need to change her weapon to, let's say, silence. So silencing them will probably be more useful for what we want to do. And then we'll change the new guy over to probably Water Hammer. And then... Man, that spell did like 180 damage at the beginning of the game. Okay, so this guy we need to change to Water Hammer. And then let's move him up over here. Gotta move to here. Oh, it can attack. Interesting. So as long as they're Alright, let's see how much HP these things have. It's still not dead yet. Maybe there's a mechanic to this. Okay, so we're not close enough for that. Okay. So back to the pipe. So we're gonna use this to get her MP back. Okay, so that is an AoE, but it's not a huge AoE from the looks of it. Because otherwise I would have hit Koudelka too. Okay. I wonder if he can hit the red one from there. Hopefully he doesn't like move in front of Spear Guy when he does this. Okay, good. Yo! Alright, hammer's pretty good. Yo. Alright. Hammer is pretty okay. It's hammer time, boys. Alright, Koudelka's still okay on HP, so we'll get some MP back here. 0 MP, great, of course. Of course, thanks, game. Jesus. Alright, so the green one still has some MP. So the blue one is the one we need to be attacking from the looks of things. But I can't hit it from here. So we'll keep attacking the green one. No! Oh man, okay, so now we at least have an idea of how much durability items have. That did not last that long though. Alright, it's clobbering time, I guess. Okay, so the green one still has MP. The blue one does not. So we need to be hitting the blue one. And now that's 131. Interesting. There might be something else at play. I don't know. Okay. Sure. Yeah, it might be an elemental thing. Okay. Alright, give me some MP. Okay. Alright. Are you weak to fists? Let's see. Water hammer 1 to 160. Okay, so that's the normal damage range, is 1 to 160. Oh, no, we're not. Don't escape. Okay, so green one. Like maybe flare is worth using here. Now that we're right up in its grill. Okay, maybe not. Maybe the blue one it'll work better on. Sure, worth a try, because I need Kudaka to heal here. Okay. Yeah, this... So far, the magic has not been great. So heal herself. Alright. So he's still got a weapon that'll do some damage. Yeah, it just... The hammer's just got a crazy damage range on it. Maybe it's just really inconsistent. Okay, this one doesn't have any MP, so using the pipe is not going to do much for us. Normal knife. And sure. Alright. Let's go stab this thing. Okay. So it's out of MP, so that's why it's just moving around like that. It's got nothing else it can do. So yeah, might as well. Might as well just wait. I suppose I could save durability on weapons by just punching this thing. So how about we do that? We're gonna have this floating magic thing catch some hands for the rest of the battle. We have to be strategic with our items. Yeah, the inconsistency is a little annoying in terms of rolls. Alright, catch these hands. Okay. Alright, maybe this guy is better at throwing bows. Alright, we'll just have him camp out there. Sure. No, of course, now that guy gets like 4 turns. Sure. Hey, Drew. It is going pretty good. This game has been excellent so far. Besides the very first random battle in the game wiped my party. It killed both characters in 1 turn in the very first battle. But besides that, it's been smooth sailing and an excellent game so far. All right, catch these hands. All right, let's see how good this guy's physical punches are. Also not great. Okay. So this is the only guy that can do any decent damage without a weapon equipped. But there is weapon durability in this game, and there's limited ammunition for guns. So if I can save ammo or durability, I think I should, because there's no guarantees in this game. No guarantees that I know of. So the manual implied there wasn't any shop in the game, and that you had to get all of your items from drops or from just picking them up around the house. Tabber, Rapier, J-Ring. We learned Tornado. Okay. So I think every single spell that we've gotten from a boss fight. I'm not sure if those... It can't be from like level ups that we're learning spells. It's got to be just they give you the spells after each major boss fight. Because we don't always level up. And yeah, we didn't level up there, so that settles that, I guess. Okay. So that's fine. We need to equip stuff again. So we'll keep the Mystic Pipe on her for getting MP back. Him... He hits really hard still. So this is... Let's take... Oh, that's 46. Okay. So this... Generic name for swords of the long, thin blade, intended for more thrusting and slashing, not very powerful, and designed to slip between the cracks of enemy's armor. Okay. Interesting. Axe intended for use in combat as a keener edge than ordinary swordsman's axe. Alright, so we haven't found a use for Icon's necklace yet. So we have way more healing items than MP recovery items. So I might as well just use these. And according to the manual, the item list... So, bread is 150, cheese is 250. Dry foods, potion. Okay. It'd be nice if it, said this in game, rather than having to look in the manual. So it looks like if it's just 150, bread will be good enough. Because when you examine it, it doesn't say, yeah, it just says recovers some HP. Sure. Okay. And then I should probably change this formation if we're going to be doing a lot of hand-to-hand here. So we'll keep Koudelka in the back if she's still going to be mostly healing. I guess we can put her in the back center though. And then that'll probably do for those two. Okay. Yeah, in case you weren't sure of how cheese is made, Koudelka's got you covered. Okay, so will these doors open now? Yes, okay. Dungeon, second floor. So if I hit the menu button here, there we go, okay. It's the menu button, not just the circle button. Okay. Alright. Yeah. So it looks like we can either go bottom of the screen, top of the screen, or like middle left of the screen. Looks like it's possibly an opening. Okay, we can't go there. So what about... Oh, jeez. This game is so weird with the screen transitions. Okay, we got some... It's like whiskey, and then... Whatever the hell's going on here. I guess those are bodies. Oh, listen. Okay, sure. Take it. And then no comment from Kudelka about pile of corpses. Got it. Okay, we got a strong box. Spooky skeletons. 4-digit padlock. Oh, God. Dang. Thought I had it. Okay, so this is a different kind of zombie, and then we got a worm thing. Wait, is that just a hand? Alright, hold on. So what we got here? We got zombie guy with very trendy torn up jeans. And then we've got, it's just an arm. Okay. All right, it's just an arm with a little tail. Sure. All right. Did I not equip? Did I not equip him with He's still bare. Oh my god! I didn't equip him. I looked at the weapons, but I didn't. Okay. So we'll just unveil there for now. Okay, and then this guy I didn't equip either, as far as I know. Yep. Okay, we'll keep the water hammer on him. Okay. Alright. I guess we can keep trying to cast spells with her. So tornado. Sure, let's tornado a zombie. And see the 20 damage this will do. Alright. First priority, take out this thing. Chainsaw's right there towards her. Probably. Okay, that did something. Also, that was supposed to be a tornado. Sure. Okay. Alright, let's axe this hand to question. I healed it. Okay. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right, let's undo the, the healing. All right, we have bonked the arm enough. Okay. That's all fine. Okay, let's heal Edward. Yeah, so far the music has probably been the weakest aspect of this game so far. It's not horrible though. It's not really bad, but it's we've heard better. And I'm trying to think back when I played the PS2 games, how the music was in those, and I can't remember. It's been so long. Okay. Wait. Okay, so now we'll find out if this heals the zombie too. It doesn't. Okay, so it's just the arm. Interesting. I wonder why that axe healed the arm. Because there's no obvious element to arm. It's just an arm. Okay, so this is more MP. We still haven't had an issue with spells landing, so I don't think that's an issue. A little more agility wouldn't hurt. So, like that will probably be what we want. Okay. So he's got -1 to Dex. He's got a ton of luck. You need to look up the manual? Oh, here it is. So pi is... So we go down here. Alright, pi. Here's the stats. For those of you who are curious, take a look at these. So pi is piety, which is your maximum MP and defense against magic. Mind is your accuracy. So it's essentially... strength, vitality, and dex are for melee. Agility is just how quickly you get your turns, and then intelligence, piety, and mind are your magic. Strength, amount, and accuracy. And then luck is just luck. So that's that. This is for an earlier boss fight, so I'll erase that. So that's all the stats there. So we're probably just gonna keep this guy as a smash character. And maybe a point of dex, because maybe he'll start having trouble hitting things soon. But just more Hulk smash, I think, is what we need. And same for this guy. Like, I'm not entirely sure that that magic is gonna be used, though. When we took the item off him and just made him throw hands with that one enemy, he's doing like 2 damage. So even though he does an okay amount with a weapon, just barehanded, he's garbage. So that leads me to believe that maybe we do occasionally need to use him for spells. So we should do that and then give him a little more luck, because sure, why not? Actually, no. Who needs a luck stat? Come on, this is an RPG. Okay, 8 panaceas and 1 Roman nuts. So the big nut is, according to the item menu, the Roman nut is it's a robust source of nourishment and will completely restore your HP and MP. So this is like a elixir from Final Fantasy is what that is. And then the panacea is a status cure for poison, paralysis, and silence is what the panacea is. Okay. Alright. Any fun Celtic words to pronounce? Not really. It says that we're in Wales right now. And the name of the city that we were in has a pretty Welsh name. But besides that, there has not been super long words.
My goodness. This building is full of dead bodies and skeletons.
It's full of ghosts and spirits. Oh, I can feel them. Oh, my head hurts.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Horrible. Dear Lord, please save these lost souls.
This must have happened a long time ago. Oh, and the power is so strong. If I can channel some of these spirits, maybe I can find out what happened here.
Channel the spirit?
Shame on you. You two should be praying for their souls.
The spirits floating in this room. I can let them possess my body so they can talk.
That sounds safe.
The reason I came here is I heard the cry of one particular female voice. She
I
was...
will not stand for this. Not only do you not believe in God, but now you're going to disturb the spirits?
Shut up! Would you stop bothering me? Chains and darkness. Death. Oh no. There were so many of them. This is hell.
What? What's going on?
They were imprisoned and tortured and thousands of them.
Kill them! They cut off my fingers. They crushed my legs. They smashed my head and cut out my guts. They took everything from me. They locked me up and chopped my body.
Oh, my eyes! Oh, my ears! Oh, they're burned! Help! Help! How horrible. This place used to be a prison. For hundreds of years, kept in secret. Whoever went against the authorities or misconducted themselves in any way were locked up here and killed.
No! Don't touch me! You piss off! Go to hell!
Okay. So that just that was an odd place to end the cutscene, but okay. So there's just this bedroom right next to the prison. Sure. All right. You see a dresser. Yep, that's dresser. So we still have this popular 30 years ago. Okay. We still have this stone necklace made for a statue in our inventory. Oh, you see a closet. Okay. Is this gonna be a jump scare? Do you want to? Oh god. Okay. All right. Steel yourselves for a jump scare. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. A mummy dressed in a wedding dress. Oh, and then it attacks us. Okay, we're fighting wedding dress mummy. I knew it. Yeah, good thing you prepared. Alright, spooky wedding dress mummy. What random element are you going to be weak to? Uh-oh. Wedding dress mummy is getting ready to give us the business, it looks like. Okay. Alright, please don't heal wedding dress mummy. Give him the bonk. Bonk. That's not much damage. Okay. Alright, maybe the tornado will do something. Okay. Alright. Now we're kind of getting decent damage now with our spells. If we moved up a little closer, it'd probably do a little more damage. But I'm sure Mummy's about to cast a big AoE that's gonna wipe the party. and it silenced her too. What the hell? What did these random ass... That is annoying. These random status effects. Alright, give her the bonk. Okay. So that did 85, I think, the first time I attacked. This is Donkey Kong. She's throwing barrels at me. Okay. Alright, well the silence will eventually wear off, but might as well go over here and get some MP back. Alright. Bonk. Can I move over? Yeah, alright. Alright, let's hit her with our magical lead pipe. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Kudelka's probably almost dead. $160. Okay, she can probably survive a little bit more. Alright. Alright, hopefully this is the final bonk. Of course not. Well, at least she's only attacking Kudelka. So I don't need to spread around the healing. Very nice of Wedding Dress Mummy to do that. And the silence is gone. So, no. The menu isn't quite as responsive as I'd like it to be. It looks like I can cast healing spells on enemies, too. Interesting. Huh. I wonder if there might be a use for that. Possibly. Some later fight. Interesting. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that's probably a little bit of the goofiness. That's definitely going to be a lot more of that in the proper Shadow Hearts series. Okay, so about a little more vitality, and then that, and 2 points in that. Seems good. Okay. We haven't had him casting spells yet, really. So let's just do... Let's keep this guy well-rounded, like that. Okay, and we got a ring, megalith. Oh, I think I got some accessories from a previous fight that I haven't equipped yet. So let's see what we got. We got a ring, we got a new spell. Alright, so still no new armor. We got Earth, J-Ring, and Air Ring. So the other ring that we got must have been a... something else. Gold ring embedded with a large diamond increases magical power. Okay, so we'll give that to Kudelka. And then... Ward off evil spirits, so that's probably a status effect ring, which probably want to give that to Koudelka too, because we don't want her getting silenced. And maybe that's what they mean by warding off evil spirits, perhaps. Then tools. Okay, I could have sworn we got another ring, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay. So she is gonna get. Dang, that is a lot more in those stats. Okay. And then this. Holy hell. Okay, so she's gonna have so much magic now. Okay. So man, this game really puts all the stats into equips rather than just level ups, it looks like. Okay, Megalith. Alright, so we now have our 4 elemental spells, it looks like. And we're probably going to get like a status effect cure spell and probably revive, I'm guessing, are those two other slots on the right. Then fortify spells. Yeah, okay. Okay, unless there's another page of spells, which who knows. It'd be nice if we had a map at some point. Alright, is there anything else in here? Are we gonna have to fight a zombie again if I open this? Oh, okay. Rope ladder. Got it. That, I'm glad I went back and checked that, because otherwise we would have missed that. Okay. Dusk. So we got a rope ladder. Maybe that will be useful for that. So there's that open window. Okay. Paintings. Painted in blood. Okay. There's blood on them, but I'm not sure they were made with blood. Okay. Anything else? Do we have to heal? We might as well get her MP up a little bit. With Ballistal, I think. Sure. We're gonna have to just wait for a level up to get all that back. Or just keep hitting things with pipes. Okay, so we haven't run across anything that looks like a combination, number combination yet. So there's not much we can do with that lockbox in the lower left. So we got a rope ladder. Oh. Okay. So this is only a temporary save. If I turn off the game here, we lose our temporary saves. The save points in this game, we've only come across one so far. The rest have just been these temporary ones. And that's, I don't know.
Hey. Hey. Wait a minute. Hey.
Edward.
Uh-oh.
You should have just died before. I wanted you to lay down and die.
A ghost?
Yeah.
Koudelka. I don't know why they put the Koudelka logo at the end of every FMV. It was like that in the previous one too. All right, well this is probably where the rope ladder is used, I'm guessing. Yep. Okay. All right, so there's a door to the north. Is there anything over here? Nope. There's a battle over here. Oh yeah. Yeah, for those of you who didn't see it at the beginning, let's wait till we get the interface here. If you didn't see it at the beginning, look at this thing. Jeez. Alright, if you didn't see it at the beginning. So, on the advertising, official advertising for the game, here is the European magazine advertisement for it. And look at this quote here from GameFAQs. Even if you don't like survival horror or RPGs, you should try to use a FMV ripper to watch the movies. And then over here, according to RPG Gamer, graphically speaking, it's wonderful. The introductory FMV features a fabulously realized foggy landscape and the most realistic clouds ever seen in a game. These are what's used to promote the game in magazines. Incredible. Incredible. Okay. Alright. God, our hammer's gonna be running out pretty soon, I think. Let's try casting magic. So if I were an element, if I were this skeleton thing, what element would I be? We haven't done Megalith yet, so maybe it's week 2, the Megalith. Okay. Alright, so when we hit the arm last time with the axe, it healed it. So... let's try a Megalith on the arm. And then... alright, I'm curious if it still heals it. So before all the magic lands on it, let's just ask it a question and see if it still heals. It does, okay. Alright, so this tells us that very likely status weaknesses and strengths likely are not randomized between different enemies. So that type is always, it seems, going to be healed by the axe, whatever the status or the element of the axe is. Okay, that was a lot of damage, sure. Stat that did reviews? I don't think so. Even back in the day, like the most I ever saw GameFAQs staff do was like, hey, here's the vote for which character you want to win between these two. Who'd win in a fight? And that was it on the front page. Like they got acquired by GameSpot in the late 2000s, and any editorial would have been from them rather than any staff from GameFAQs. Poison. Okay, so Megalith didn't do a whole lot. What about Tornado? So arm... I suppose I should be writing these down. So arm... use... Megalith. Let's use earth spells. This skeleton dude, I don't know. I don't know what his weakness is yet. Alright, at least ask this guy a question. So, Megalith didn't do a whole lot. Tornado didn't either. So, maybe Geyser. Okay. So that's a Lamau equals use geyser. So that one's weak to water, it seems. Okay. All right. God, there's probably gonna be at least some use for, like, maybe have this guy do an emergency heal. That's really not a whole lot of that's 3 extra points. Yeah, so that's enough for like 2 heals. Not sure that's worth it. Okay. Yeah, just having this guy be a tank is probably going to be what I want. Yeah, that thing looked just like a attack from Mars, Alamau, so I'm going to say yes. G6, another rapier. Okay, we haven't used a rapier at all yet. Maybe I should give that to priest guy. Okay, so nothing over there. Sure. Okay. Anything over here? Yes, okay. So let's go in the door here first. I'm hitting X on this door, and it is not dooring. So that's not a door, I guess? Even though that clearly looks like one. But okay. Sure thing, game. I'm not sure if this is where we started the area. Something's not right. Okay. Well. This is 60 FPS in this room. Oh. This looks like a boss fight room to me. Alright, what is this? Red glass part. Okay. We still have that necklace. Sure. So this is probably going to be a save point. Okay, so you got 3 spooky ghosts, and they have clothes on this time. I'm not sure if this is a boss fight, or if this is... Oh, this is us! This is spooky versions of us. Uh-oh. This might be, we need to run from this fight. Perhaps. Let's see what happens here. Okay. Alright, let's ask him a question. So does this hurt Edward if we attack Spooky Ghost Edward? 241. And... No, it didn't. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so these are ghosts. Ghosts don't like tornadoes. So we'll do that. Alright, we will ask her a question. Spooky Ghost Kodelka. I healed her again. Interesting. I guess I need to change out that weapon on the next turn. Because that weapon has not been productive so far. Alright, so just like real that guy, his magic does jack shit. Okay, so yeah, just like I thought, ghosts don't like tornadoes. Oh no, 0 damage. Be nice if there were a way to speed up battles just a little bit. 'Cause this is a little pokey. Alright. HP drain. Interesting. No, let's just use the normal one for now. Okay. Alright, give her a stab. I thought this was made for stabbing. I thought the item description said, hey, use this to stab, not slash. But okay. Maybe Edward can't read. That is okay. Alright, so bread is 150, cheese 250, potion is 500, so it looks like we got a potion. Potion Edward. So yeah, you can use healing items on enemies. That's bizarre. But sure, I guess you can do that in Final Fantasy, so I guess it's not that bizarre. Now that I think about it a little harder. Well, you never know. That could just be the ghost version of them doing a ton of damage. And not actual version. Alright, so we'll tornado him again. Slaps me and runs away. Come on, ghost. Okay, one down. Okay. And then if I drain MP from her, that healed him? I don't get the elemental stuff in this game at all. Oh, okay, James is down. Okay. So we have a revival item. But I'm not sure I need to use it yet. And according to the manual, even if a character dies in fights, they will revive with 1 HP after the fight. Okay, attack. Okay, 2 down. So far, we're winning the damage fights. Yeah, keep doing that. Keep doing that. I wonder if I should revive dude. So, what is it? Whiskey, I think? But I don't think... Oh, okay, we can use whiskey. Yes, there we go. So whiskey is the revive item. Can't get past the monster. What? You can't get past the monster? What? Sure. Alright. Cause I think I want James to get XP from the fight, so that's why I revived him. because this seems like a high XP fight. Alright, then he can heal himself. Oh, he'll heal himself in like 10 turns. When he's finally able to cast something. Wow, 141. Okay. And then just in case Spooky Ghost James does that huge AoE again, let's move him over here. That is so much damage. Okay. Well, at least if Koudelka gets hit by that, it does 0 damage to her, at least. Oh no. Don't kill Edward. Go back to Koudelka. Oh no. Alright, well this is fine. That I'm okay with. That's a decent sized heal there. Okay. 12 HP, he'll be fine. This will kill anyways. I'm sure of it. I'm certain. There we go. Got him. Wasn't worried for a single second. Okay. Alright, well, maybe he is meant to be casting spells. So he's got 21 piety. His mind is also really low. Okay. Sure. That's it? Nobody else leveled? Okay. Alright, we got a high potion, an earring. Okay, so we have Icon's necklace and Icon's earring. And then 8 more status effect cures. And then we got revive. Got it. And we got a save point. Purified. Okay. Hey, look at that. Man. That was like 2.5 hours ago, that last regular save. Okay. That was that. A deep sign from the snake line. So why didn't it just go straight into the cutscene?
Did you see all those bodies? Be quite a party if they were alive.
They've probably been abandoned for hundreds of years. Must be some fascinating old stories.
I saw some pretty fresh ones, too. One who was shot, one who'd been cracked in the head with an axe, and some with no visible signs of injury. They must have been poisoned.
I bet the new ones were fortune seekers like us. That old couple must
You
have
mean to
got-
tell me they killed all those people? Rubbish!
All those deaths are rubbish?
They're all liars and thieves anyway. This is still a monastery. This is still God's house, prison or no. Why all those liars and heathens are killed is none of my concern.
How could you possibly say a thing like that? That doesn't sound very priestly.
I am not a priest. I am a bishop.
I don't give a rat's ass what you are. Look, I'm not saying that all of those people were saints, okay? But that doesn't mean that they should be put to death.
You saw that old couple. They're so well-mannered, kind. You think they're killers?
Good manners?
Yes.
Think about it! Why would they leave the place such a mess?
I don't know.
You think they'd at least bury the bodies?
Possibly.
Anyway, I have this strange feeling we're not alone with all these bodies and ghosts. You'd better keep your mouths shut. If you want to live.
Huh. Why didn't it do that? Or okay, let's do this so we don't have to see that again. Hey Jodo, it's this game has been excellent so far. It's funny you should say middle school play because this game has actually had really good, well written and well acted and well voice acted cutscenes. Like probably some of the best I've seen and heard on PlayStation, and like I'm trying to think of.
Kudelka, did you find anything?
No, nothing.
Okay, this one's not great. As I say that.
Who's that?
Kudelka. They always put the logo at the end of each of these FMVs. Oh, okay. All right, and then there's no save thing at the end of discs, as somebody mentioned earlier. Okay, so let me go over here and change the disc on my PlayStation. Okay. You're on disc 2. Okay, so disc 1 was about 2.5 hours. Sure. Yeah, we did Blood Omen. And Soul Reaver. And yeah, those have pretty good acting too. It's been a while since I played those. Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen, I liked the lore much more than I liked the delivery of it, I guess. And the game itself, I didn't find that great. Especially because I unintentionally sequence broke in Blood Omen, and that was not amazing. That I was just stuck because I managed to clip through something that I shouldn't have been able to, and somehow that's my fault, and I am the worst person in the world for doing so. People evidently got the idea that I did that on purpose just to talk shit about the game, but that was not my intent. Not like I played the game before. How the fuck should I know? All right, this. Oh, what is this? Sure. Okay. Wait, did I heal since the last encounter? Looks like I did. Okay, so sure. Let's just go stab this guy. Is this guy weak to stabbing? Yeah, kind of. Okay. If I were an element. So this guy's hanging upside down. And he's got 3 heads. So that leads me to believe that he's probably weak to Megalith. And let's heal her up. Okay. My reasoning was off a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, the battle music is chill, and I kind of don't think that it's fitting with the rest of the game. Like, so far, that's one of the weak points, as far as I'm concerned, is the music. Otherwise, the sound design is really good in this game. Like, the sound effects are amazing in fights and in cutscenes. I think the voice acting is fantastic. I think the writing is fantastic. The delivery is fantastic. Let's keep stabbing, I guess. Yeah, the flute music, it sounds more like Grand Stream music to me. It's got a very similar instrument set for a very different game. Man, Kudelka's getting the business. All right, well she's dead, I guess. Okay. I guess you're reviving Kudelka. You can't get past the monster. I wonder why it says that. Oh, good. 1 whole HP. That'll help. Yeah, with less drums. Yeah, that checks out. Okay. If I use an item, it'll heal immediately, so we should probably do that. So this heals for 500. If I give her cheese, that will let her survive at least 1 hit. And we have more of those, so we'll cheese up here. The sound blaster? I'm not sure where you get the sound blaster from. Is there a specific sound that it's making that's screaming sound blaster to you? Because it doesn't to me. And this is a, what, 2000 game? So this would have been a, probably composed on a Roland SC-88. Because that was kind of the instrument composition thing of choice back in the day. Because like Final Fantasy VIII was composed on an SC-88. And I actually have one of those. I got one of those. It's sitting on the floor in my bedroom right now because I'm not planning on using it for anything, but I do have one. Man, this thing is tanky. This is just a regular ass enemy too. Is he dead? He's dead. He just shot me. Holy shit. Okay. Alright, well, Megalith didn't work. So, maybe Tornado will? Okay, let's revive him. Sound Blaster glitching out? Lays on the horn for 2 seconds. Interesting. Trying to think of where that would be. Oh, good. He died right when I was about to revive the other guy. Fantastic. Well, back to disc 1. Yeah, that makes sense. Because the every time you die, it makes you soft reset the game. So you would have to go back to disc 1. Oh boy. Okay. So clearly we want her doing that, but some more vitality wouldn't hurt. She's been getting kind of blown up by magic here. Let's get that FPS up here. So the amount of magic that she has is fine. So I think it just needs to hit harder, and maybe mine will start. Nah, mine still hasn't been a problem, so I'm not gonna worry about that. Okay. Alright, we got another axe. I'm noticing Edward didn't level up, and I'm assuming he didn't get XP. 2700. Maybe he got XP there? Interesting. Okay, so we gotta heal Edward up to full. Yeah, and that barely moved the meter on her her MP. Okay, and then James. He's probably gonna level up in the next fight. So he'll probably be fine. We'll leave that as is. Okay. So what the hell now? I tried to go through that door and it didn't do anything. Like I'm hitting X on this door. What is clearly a door here. So hitting X there does nothing. Oh, she's moving her head over here. Okay, what is this? That's not particularly useful. There's... Okay. Sure. Anything else here that seems to be hidden? Man, you really gotta be looking at her head movements. Because otherwise I would have never have noticed those. Well, so far we're stuck in this little room. We got the bullets and herb. But that's about it. Alright, so this is like half... What is this? Is this like a rat and also a dog? Sure. Alright, 111. That's not a whole lot. Okay, so we'll have James heal Edward. And then Kudelka can cast... So if I were a rat werewolf dog, I would be weak to fire. I should probably give him the MP stealing weapon. Because he has way less, and he needs it way more. Okay, so this is fire. Alright, that seems effective. Edward almost dead again. It is a dog, apparently. Sure. Okay, so... Dog rat is fire. There's our level up. Vitality. More turns wouldn't hurt things. And more damage. Okay. Alright. So James is most definitely going to level up in the next fight we do. Yeah, he's less than 200 away. I'm not sure I want to burn an MP healing item on James just yet. Though I should while I have this open. So we're going to unequip Mystic Pipe from her and give her... Is there anything that gives her more... Nope. I guess we could just be barehanded. I don't see a point in equipping something on her if it's not going to be used. And then he will get the Mystic Pipe. And then, let's see. So this is specialty to hit, and it has an HP drain. And Water Axe is just water. And this is light. Does light damage? So that was the one that when I hit the enemy with it, it healed them. So maybe light damage will heal a lot of things. Interesting. All right, well, I'll equip him with that then. Okay. Okay. So we're still stuck in this room. And I don't see any items that are making her head turn here. We can't even go to the right, it looks like. Like, what the fuck? Like, clearly there's this box thing right here. But when I hit X on it, it doesn't do anything. And the only other thing that looks notable in this room is that jail door, which it wasn't doing anything. Okay, here's this thing again. I don't think I wrote down the resistance of this because it just shot it a whole bunch. Okay. So we'll just stab it and hope for the best. Actually, we can try to figure out its weakness. So maybe tornado. Maybe it's weak to tornadoes. Because what isn't? Or maybe it's weak to megaliths. Because what isn't? Okay, so it's not tornado. That's what I gathered from that. It's probably Earth. So this is Glass Zombie is Earth, probably. This will get us some MP back. Okay. Oh, and then gotta hope that this kills. Oh, alright, that works. Spread the damage around. Okay. 0 whole damage. Okay. So I maybe that was failing the accuracy roll. So that's got to be it. So maybe this game doesn't have like a miss notification when they miss. It just says 0 damage instead. That's probably what happens. Okay. I'm gonna move him back here so he doesn't get killed as easily. so combat system's starting to make a little more sense to me. Unfortunately, we're still stuck in this room. Okay. Sure. Sure. Hey, we got another spear. All right. Good. So far, that the last spear we had is the only weapon that's broken on us so far. Okay. Still haven't even made a dent in Koudelka's MP supply. Alright. Mystic pipe. Not a whole lot of gear that we're getting here. Okay, I'm hitting the X button over here. Nothing. Not letting me go to the right there. Oh, now there's... You had to hit the X button in the middle of that jail bar section, apparently.
Darn!
How does it look? You think we can get out?
I don't think so. You'd need the strength of a bear to break those bars with your hands.
What do you mean we can't get out? How hard can it be?
Why don't you ask these guys?
Damn it! Did you see that? Someone's in here.
Will you shut up and get us out of here? How hard can it be for thieves like you to get us out of a place like this?
Try saying that in the East End, holy man. Your severed head would hit the ground before you even finish the thought.
This is worthless. I can't believe I'm wasting my time on you. I'm on a mission from God.
Yeah, the HP and MP are determined by your equipped weapons and armor.
What a waste. Such a terrible waste. My name's Charlotte. Not that it means anything. Not that you have a prayer. I'm talking to 3 dead people. Nobody's gonna save you. Nobody.
So you died here as well?
Yes, I died here too, hundreds and hundreds of years ago. They locked me up in here right after I was born. They beheaded me the day I turned 9. Happy birthday. I've been trapped here ever since, and no one even knows who I am.
My poor little angel.
Poor little angel, me? Save your pity for yourself. You'll be dead within 3 days.
Not true. I don't know what your circumstances are, but I know that your mother loved you very, very much.
My mother? I don't know her face, her name, where she came from. Nothing. You're telling me that means nothing? From the day I was born, the day I die, no one ever loved me. And I never wanted to be loved. Just die! All of you! Just die!
Sure. Hey, LCC. We had a great start to the game, LCC. The very first random battle killed me. It hit me with 2 AoE spells in a row that hit both characters, and they both did 180 damage each. On the very first turn. It was a welcome to Koudelka. I hope you like the first part of the game, because you're doing it again. Okay. So we got Spooky Floating Ghost. Yeah, that's what I've noticed, is that there is a lot of, like, huge damage ranges you can get for practically everything. Alright, let's try and figure out this guy's weakness. So if I were a spooky floating ghost, I would be weak to geysers. Or I would be weak to megaliths. Alright, which one's it gonna be? Okay, probably not geysers. Alright, what about Earth? Yeah, maybe Earth? Alright. So another miss there. Okay. Alright, let's confirm if Earth is any good. Huh. His magic isn't that bad compared to Koudelka's. Huh. Either that or Earth actually isn't any good? I don't know. Let's see. Alright, what about fire? Let's see. Alright, so that's a miss. Well, looks like that did the trick anyways. Okay. Items? Okay. Probably gonna have to start putting points into mind. More vitality wouldn't hurt either, I guess. And sure. Okay. Rifle, okay. Another gun. Potentially useful. Okay. Sure. Okay. Where's the way down here? Hit the X button? Yep. Okay. So we got whatever this is. A mace, okay. Sure. Yeah, that was a bizarre noise that made. Okay. What do we got here? Rifle, while not as light as pistol, has greater range and firepower. Well, the pistol's got big range anyways. So this likely uses different ammo than the pistol. I'm assuming the rifle can't use pistol ammo. Oh, that's a Mystic Spear. Okay. It just said spear when you got it, but that's another MP drain spear. Which means that's less useful to me, because it won't do a ton of damage like the other thing did. And this is just a regular-ass mace. Functional weapon, spiked head, Templars, strength of heart, more arms. Okay. Maybe I should give that to Edward. And have him use that rather than the other thing. So I have a feeling he'll probably do quite a bit more damage with that thing. Though his stats... Oh, this is a magic weapon. Okay. I guess we're giving that to Koudelka instead. Alright. And then... So water axe. So this does light damage. Light damage, especially a hit. Okay, I guess we'll give that to him then, and then give this to our caster. Alright, so more vitality. Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect for it. Okay. And then he can... Maybe we can give him the Mystic Spear, and maybe he'll, No. No. Nope. Okay, how about Water Hammer? Sure. Okay. Okay. What am I stuck on? Alright, what is this? You gotta be right over items to get them. Knuckles. Okay. Light knuckles. Made of iron, placing the knuckles is powerful. Do not slow them down. Effective hand-to-hand. Okay. It'd be nice if something like this didn't have durability, but I'd understand if it did. Okay. So that's probably all we can do here. Okay. Oh, as much as I like these temporary saves, it would have been a whole lot nicer if they just gave you real saves. Real save points. Because you can't take these saves with you. If it's only the one that was like an hour ago. Name tags. Valna and Vigna. Something green and shiny. The green key. What? Okay. Well, sounds like a boss fight. Give us back our dolls. Okay. How do these save points work? If you come into a room that has a circled S in the name, it gives you the opportunity to make a temporary save. Actually, the manual explains it pretty well. Bonus SP. Status, escape, battles, temporary save. So the options available with the S mark, press the menu button to quick save your game. There's only one slot available and your data will be overwritten when you quick save again. And I'm pretty sure the temporary saves don't let you start up again from them, maybe? Actually, I'm not sure. It saves it to the card, so I don't know. I don't know what it does. I'm under the impression that that you can't restart your game from a temporary save, but it still saves to the memory card, so I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so let's see if they like fire. And let's see if they like tornadoes. Well, I don't mean not being able to load them. I mean not being able to like turn off the PlayStation and then load it. Because that's how it worked in Saga Frontier. So there is precedent for things to work like that. All right, so this should be water element, I think. There is a miss. There is a miss damage thing. What the hell? So what was the 0 damage then? There's another miss. Okay. Maybe this is a fight you just can't do unless you bring them the doll. So if this says miss 2 here, this is probably a puzzle battle that you need the... Yeah. Okay. So let's see if I can escape from this. Because this is most likely a puzzle fight that you need to use the doll on him. I weren't able to run away. Yep. Okay. So we probably need some sort of doll key item to use on him. Okay, so is there anything to the south of us? There is. Okay. So let's go into this door on the left first. Yeah, locked with green key. Okay, so the green key is right next to us, but I have a feeling we can't beat that fight unless we have some sort of special item. Unless there's an item that we already have, and I just completely missed it. So we have Icon's necklace, Icon's earring, red glass part, we still have all that. Can we use like colored glasses to view... Interesting. Okay. Huh. Yeah, so that obviously goes on the statue. What is this for? Medium size. So the high potion isn't in the manual, so this probably heals for 1,000, maybe? I don't know. And then we haven't looked at D's nuts yet. Okay. D's nuts, known for their nutritional value, also used as a seasoning in cooking, feeding these to an unconscious person to wake them up. So it's a full restore, but it's only for unconscious? Huh. The manual made it sound like that was something that could be used on anybody, anytime. Interesting. Yeah, just a bottle. Okay, so here's another temporary save location. So if I hit the menu button here, it brings up this save prompt. And then it lets you select a memory card. And then you overwrite your temporary save. So that one in the top slot is my hard save, and then this one is the temporary one. So I don't know. Alright, so we got spooky skeletons on the ground. Do they have any items for us? Okay, so there's Alamau alien and Arm. And I wrote down what these are weak to. Okay, Arm is Megalith, and Alamau is Geyser. So we'll get rid of the Arm first, because that one hits kind of hard. Alright. So Arm is Megalith. The Alamau question. I don't like these really long delays between doing an action and getting your menu back. Like, those could have been much quicker. Okay, and the Alamau skeleton is use Geyser. Just attack. Sure, let's just do this. Let's bonk him. And then this one is Geyser. Good thing I wrote those down. Okay. Alright, clearly this guy needs more vitality. S sword. Okay. And I think he was the only one that took damage there, so yeah, okay. Good, that works out. Okay, what is normal S sword? S sword, a short sword, lightweight and easy to use, can't be used single-handedly. So there's a thing in the manual about you can use some weapons with one hand or two, but I don't see a mechanism for doing that. But perhaps we can, now that we have the S sword, we can do that? Maybe? I don't know. Like the mace, you'd think you'd be able to two-hand the mace. But there's no, Whatever. Not gonna worry about it. Alright. Skeleton doesn't have anything. Okay, so there's pistol bullets to the left. Looks like some mechanism to the right. There's some pistol bullets for the pistol we don't use. Oh, rifle rounds, okay. Perhaps we will use the rifle. Okay, is there something here? Nope. Alright, what is this? It's a tank filled with acid. How does she know that? Do you want to take some acid? Sure. Unless you have an empty container to put it... Okay, well... Alright. We need something for our acid then. Okay, there's a door over here. Alright, so this is a save point. I kind of don't like that they make you fight to access every single save point in this game. Assuming that this is a save point. Oh, jeez. Well, this certainly looks like a boss. Holy shit. Yeah, this thing looks pretty boss-esque. All right, let's fortify the vitality of our tank here. Oh, good. Okay, so light heals it. Well, it's a good thing I'm casting Fortify Vitality and Strength on our tank when he's currently useless. So he's not going to be able to do much until the next turn. And did that buff not do anything? It appeared to not do anything. Man, this thing. Okay. So the light tabard doesn't do much. 1 to 800. Okay, I guess we'll equip that. Alright, so that was that. So it was fine with that. Okay, what about Tornado? Does it absorb any of the other elements? Okay, so we can at least damage it. That's something. Okay, so this is Tornado. Miss. Interesting. Megalith? Holy shit. Okay, well, Megalith sure did something. So we'll have Koudelka just do that while we keep reviving. If we keep reviving James and he just keeps getting one shot, as long as that just keeps happening, I'm okay. As long as the boss doesn't do that to Koudelka. Because we have plenty of whiskey. Yeah, keep doing that, Tam. Yeah, alright. Good. I'm okay with this. Okay, less so that. Not 2 turns in one go. That is bullshit. Alright. We can just whiskey through our problems here. Alright, Koudelka, please get your turn. For Christ's sake. Alright. This works too, I guess. Alright, Megalith. Please actually get the spell out before you die. Of course not. Why is Koudelka not getting a turn? But now she gets a turn. Jesus. Okay. I'm getting the feeling now that I need to kite this boss. Alright. I'm gonna get in this corner and hope for the best. Of course it can move through spaces. Alright, I'm okay with this. Less okay with this. Less okay with this. Koudelka, why is your agility so low? Dang. Okay, let's not go in that room just yet. Let's not go in that room just yet. Okay. Yeah, so my last hard save that the game let me do was an hour ago. It was an actual hour ago. Like, so if like my power went out, I would lose an hour of progress just because of how this game is structured. And I don't know about that. Okay. I need to... Alright, so to the right is acid, this is rifle rounds. Okay, what else is over here? Something there. Can we go in this door? Can. Another save point here. Interesting. So they give you all sorts of these, but the hard saves, there's been like 3 total so far. And the first hard save was like 2 bosses into the game. Okay, I see an item right here. It's probably more pistol, okay. Let's shut, but oh, of course. Actually, the last time I did that, when I used the door again, it gave me a boss fight. Okay, so this is Ailamal, so it's Geyser and Megalith. So Ailamal is Geyser, and I should probably take out that thing first, so it's pretty hard. Yeah, it's really ambiguous how the save points work. So you don't know how they work until you use them and like restart the console, but if I experiment, I'll lose an hour of progress. So it's bizarre. Bizarre. So arm is megalith. Yep, an arm does way less damage. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't heal arm. Of course. Of course. So yeah, before I fight that boss again, I'm gonna have to change the weapon equipped on Edward. Because as it was pretty useless. And I started off the fight by buffing Edward. So if I instead use those turns actually doing damage to the boss, maybe we can... Actually, if I fortify the agility of Koudelka at the start of the fight with the other two, so if I fortify Koudelka's int and agility, since she's going to be the big damage dealer, if I buff those on her at the start of the fight, that will give me the most benefit over the course of the fight. And that's probably what I want to do. Okay. Okay, let's see if this gives me a different message on the door. Okay, Koudelka. Him. Okay, so no new message. Okay. Alright, anything over here? This is probably the door we need some acid for. Door's been destroyed. Okay. So our only way forward, it seems, is that save room boss. Okay. Something here? No? Okay. I don't think buffs stack, but I haven't really tried. It wouldn't surprise me if they didn't, though. Okay, so Koudelka... It's gonna need some more MP. And that will be fine for her. And then for James, is there anything we can do for him to make him not die immediately? That'll give him more vitality if we equip the light thing on him. He won't be able to do damage, though. Oh, and the other guy has it equipped, but we're taking that off him anyways. So, let's see. Draining the MP from this boss is likely not going to do anything, because it does that physical attack that does like 1,000 damage in one go. So that's going to be no good. Light knuckles. So it looks like the water axe is probably going to be my best bet here, because that'll still do damage without being absorbed and won't heal the boss. And then for him, we change that to that for more survivability. Okay. Okay. So the plan is to fortify Koudelka's agility and int using the 2 dudes, and then have her just cast Megalith over and over again. I also need to spread him out more. So I need to put him in like the corners of the area. Okay. Alright, magic, fortify. Let's fortify agility on Koudelka. She can go ahead and start attacking. And he can move over here and fortify int on Koudelka. Okay, so we survived that. I don't think I can move her any farther back. Oh good, Edward's silenced. Great. Fantastic. So the best he can do is throw healing items. But not like Edward was going to do a whole hell of a lot. Oh man. Whew. Okay. So this is going objectively worse than last time. The fuck am I supposed to do about that? What? What am I supposed to do about that? Like, maybe the boss can't... that's not gonna do much either. Alright, let's get out the nuts for... Wait, what? 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 Why can I not... Whiskey... Huh. Alright, well, maybe this will kill the boss. Okay, yeah, keep doing that, boss. Okay. Holy shit, we clutched it out. Okay. Oh my god. That was unnecessarily rough. Okay. Sure. A win's a win, I guess. I'll take it. That seemed like super RNG to me. Man. And we got a ring. We're not going to be able to... Huh. Oh. Alright, hold up. That said something there. It's shining with the sacred light and purified the holy one. Okay. Sure. Oh, finally. We got another proper save point. Jesus. Okay, so we're done with Koudelka for the night. But I want to do some science here. So, I'm going to stop the timer on Koudelka. So we have a temporary save on our memory card. So, I'm going to turn off my PlayStation. I'm going to turn it back on. And I want to see what happens when we load that save. So we're still doing King's Quest, by the way. It's only going to be like an hour and a half or so of King's Quest, but we are doing it. So that'll be right after this, and after I step away for a minute or two. But I want to do some science here to see if the theories are correct for saving. Okay, Koudelka. So we were on disc 2, so I need to load that one. Okay, so let's see here. Yep, King's Quest 4. I got the MT32 Roland cam set up already. So we're gonna have proper music. Okay, so we're either gonna have 2 saves on here or 1. Let's see. Okay, from slot 1. And we've got 2 save files. Huh. So what happens if we load this one? Load complete. Okay. Gonna hit... Oh, I didn't hit any buttons there. Okay. Alright, and so the last bit of science here is if we do this after loading that temporary save, did that save get deleted when we loaded it? That'll be the final answer to our question. Because if it didn't delete it, then there's effectively no difference between the temporary saves and the hard saves. Besides the healing the party thing. Besides that. So let's see. Let's see. Okay. Alright, just 2. Let's see for sure, because I want to make damn sure before we before we suddenly lose a bunch of progress and all that. I just want to be sure. Okay. Alright, so there should either be 1 or 2 saves here. And it's still there. Okay, so that solves that mystery. So if I load the save... And this will probably confirm it. If this does load properly. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I guess we just shouldn't stress about it, because it looks like it'll just work regardless, which is quite nice. Okay, well, good. Good. Alright, so timer's off. So, I'm going to step away for a minute, and I'll get my computer booted up, and we'll do King's Quest IV. Stay tuned. Alright. I'm back. I gotta change over a thing here in my database. So, we're done with Koudelka for today. Set that to part 2. Set this to King's Quest IV, Perils of Rosella. Do this. Okay. Alright, I made a notification thing for when I'm changing games, so let's see if this actually worked. The Discord post did not work. Did my Twitter post work? Yep. Okay. So my Discord notification thing is still busted. I'm not sure why. Oh, God. Okay. Whatever. Whatever. Alright. King's Quest IV. The Perils of Rosella. So we already played through King's Quest 1 through 3 already. King's Quest 3, during the ending, it ended on kind of a cliffhanger of Prince Alexander returning to Daventry, saving his sister from the dragon. King and Queen are elated. They toss the hat at him, and then it's to be continued, essentially. So, this is a 1988 game on PC, just like the other ones, developed and published by Sierra Online. And here we are. So, Perils of Rosella. Pretty much the same, there's similar box art to the earlier two games. Sure. So we got another unicorn. Hopefully not going to be another bridal puzzle. Because we know how that one went in 2. Ugh. Our last run-in with a unicorn did not go well. So this says over 800,000 sold now. This said 500,000 in the first 3, I think, games. So I guess they sold another 300,000 since that was released. Sure. All right, and then back in the box here. Be prepared for a spectacular adventure 3 times larger than any previous Sierra adventure. A landmark in computer gaming that transcends existing standards of computer graphics, sound, and animation. The 3 times larger thing, I'm not so sure about that. Maybe they mean in disc size, because there's more art. But this game is not 3 times bigger than the other ones. I'm sorry. Powerfully dramatic, King's Quest IV invokes emotion like no other computer game, with a unique combination of lifelike animated personalities, beautiful landscapes, and soul-stirring music. So this game has actual music, and we'll get to that just before we start the game, but actual music in this one. Let's see. Sierra has recreated the universe of King's Quest, a world that one moment will pull at your heartstrings, the next moment place terror in your heart. I got terror in my heart all the time because Roberta Williams' game design. Yeesh. Uniting the best programmers, artists, and musicians in the business, Sierra has created a constantly evolving universe where landscapes change from day to night, characters roam freely, and dramatic music interludes tantalize your emotions in a complicated tale of faith and mistrust. Your quest begins with a full-length cartoon. A full-length cartoon. Get ready for that one. And proceeds to plunge you into a fantasy world of mystery, intrigue, and enough plot twists to confound even the most dedicated adventurer. Alright. Embark upon a perilous journey into the darkest corners of the King's Quest universe. No one but many successful quests must be completed to save the royal family from a tragic destiny, with a surprise introduction and an equally unexpected conclusion. Plot twists abound as you strive to discover the mysteries of a strange land, overcome its hostile inhabitants, and reveal the secrets hidden within. Roam the grounds at night and discover areas that remain hidden during daylight hours. Okay, so it sounds like there's a day-night cycle in this one. Interesting. I actually didn't know that. Travel swiftly as time is of the essence, and each moment brings a royal family closer to ruin. Okay. Alright, features. Over 3.0 megabytes of computer code. The largest computer game ever produced. 3 megabytes. Okay. Alright, well this is 1988, so... Alright. So that's like 2 floppy disks worth of computer code. I don't know if that counts the art and the other assets, but sure. 3 megabytes of code. A full-length cartoon. Introduction to the game, which is approximately 10 minutes. We'll see if that's true or not on our timer. Complete day and night cycle. Okay, that's new. I didn't know about that. Several mini quests to complete before the final quest can be finished. Well, that. How is that a feature? Because that was in the first 3 games too. So, sure. Many strange and unusual places await your arrival. So right away, the art. This is on a completely different engine from the first 3 games, and you can see right away in this that this looks way better than the first 3. Explore the countryside carefully. Some things happen only at night. Sure. Encounter characters from ancient folklore and legends. So this looks a whole lot like the Witch Cave from King's Quest 2. And it looks like there's 3 witches there. Alright. So we got supports mouse, keyboard, and joystick. So there was no mouse support in King's Quest 3. It was you could use the joystick to move around, but it was mostly using the keyboard and typing. There are 40 minutes of original music composed and performed by William Goldstein. Famed television series Hello Again, a Touchstone film. Switched on Classics, a top record album. Sure. And then there she is, the final boss of King's Quest, Roberta Williams. We're going to be seeing a lot of Roberta in this game, by the way. Roberta is in the game. So get ready for that. Roberta Williams, designer of the King's Quest series, has sold more games than any other authoress in computer entertainment history. She sure has. Alright, and then, of course, the media that the game came on. So this is a 4-disc game. These are 3.5-inch floppy disks. Or no. Yes, 3.5-inch. Came on 4 of them. King's Quest 3 came on 3 discs, I think. So, I don't know. They're talking a big game about how big their game is, but this is precisely one floppy disk bigger than King's Quest 3 was. So, I don't know about that. Okay. And then, if we pull up the this thing. Alright, so we got the manual here for King's Quest 4. The Perils of Rosella. So, the King's Quest 1 was written and designed by Roberta, and then King's Quest 2 and 3 were designed by Roberta, but they were written by somebody else. I think it was Robin, I think was his first name, I guess. But now we're back to the solo act of Roberta doing the writing and design, and there's no other writers credited in this, so I'm guessing not. So there's also a note in the manual here that because it's copy protected, it may be installed on a hard disk or in a directory. Immediately after booting King's Quest IV, you'll be asked to enter a word from the documentation. After typing it in, it'll finish loading. The version that I have is from the King's Quest collection, and it does not have copy protection. So if I boot the game and you don't see any, that's why, because the version I have doesn't have the copy protection built into it. Alright. This is the legend of King's Quest. Once, in a kingdom called Daventry, there lived a king named Edward. Daventry is a very old kingdom, shared kings, both good and bad, over thousands of years. King Edward was a very good king, was also very old, and without children, disorder ruled. Yep, King Edward generate further before he died, yep. So this is the story of King's Quest 1, essentially. He sent for King Graham, sure. So this we're already familiar with. We played this already. So yeah, the 3 treasures, sure. The Tales for the Crown, yep. Magic Mirror, yep. Plate, so he's looking for Valanice, yep, we already know that. Okay, Mirror Wise, yep, Mirror Clouded. So yep, that's Romancing the Throne. So the manual recaps the first 3 games, it looks like. Yeah, here's Manannan stuff over there, so that's King's Quest 3. Not gonna go over that because we already played that. Air is human. Alright, so according to legend, shortly after Rozelle's rescue, King Graham decided it was time to pass on his adventurer's cap. Gathering in his wife and 2 children, the king offered a grateful smile upwards, which member of his family gave him great pride. Gazing down on his children, he couldn't help but see the glint of spirited valor in their eyes, knowing the future of his kingdom would rest soundly in the hands of his future heir. He slowly lifted his hands to display the infamous adventurer's cap, and now the commencement of the noblest adventure of them all. Sure. Alright. A Sierra 3D adventure game, simply stated, is an interactive movie. In this game, the main character is Princess Rosella, the daughter of King Graham. His main goal, okay, so the goal, as stated by the manual, is we need to find, oh my god. One note, please, you're killing me here. One note, you're killing me here. Alright, I want to use the eraser tool. There we go. Alright, we need to find the magic talisman to save Genesta, the good fairy. And then we also need the charmed fruit to save our father. Move swiftly and ingenuity. Because we have 1 day. Okay, we have 1 day to complete our quest, but apparently there's a day-night cycle in this game. So, I'm not sure how that's supposed to work. Yeah, I have not played King's Quest 4. So, prior to me doing these playthroughs, I had not played King's Quest 1, 2, 3, 4, or 8 before. The rest I played. Let's see. Okay, if you played an animated adventure before, this section can be skipped. Okay, well we're gonna skip that then. So yeah, it's the same tips as the previous one. Bring along some help. You may find it helpful to play along with a friend. Different people come up with different ways to interpret clues, and besides, most adventurers work in teams. Well, alright. I'll ask if I need help. Thanks. You don't have to have a walkthrough open next to me when I'm playing and then helpfully suggest things that just popped in your mind after you read the walkthrough. I can tell if you're doing that. Don't do that. Okay? Alright. Arm yourself with the proper verbs. Apparently bait is a verb. Sure. Cure? Dim? Force? Frighten? Okay. So the verbs in this game are a lot varied. This one's gonna be, we're gonna use that one. Tempt? Sure. Gotta use this one. Shine, shake, say, save. Okay, so they're really... They went hard in the paint on verbs in this one. Okay. Restore. And then, of course, they have the... Hey, are you really stuck? Well, guess what? You can call our hint line. It's like $5 an hour, or $5 a minute, but hey. They still got it. They still got it. Okay, and then they actually give you a little walkthrough. If you just want to get going in the game, they actually give you this. So I'm not going to read that because I want to go in blind, but they do actually give you a little walkthrough to start the game, and then that's it. That's it seems like the manuals are getting more and more threadbare the farther into these we get. All right, so an important change here for King's Quest 4. So previously, up until this point, the King's Quest games that we played have been from the mid to late 80s, and they used the PC speaker. So it was like beep 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 beep. That was the music in the game. But since this is a 1988 game, it is one of the first Sierra games to use a device called the Roland MT32. So here it is. There are MIDI connections on the back of it that actually go into my computer down here. It's this card right there on the right. So there's my proper Sound Blaster card right there. And then over here is a dedicated PCI card for MIDI. And this sends signals up to this that get interpreted and turned into sound, and then there's audio out from there. So say in 1988, instead of having to listen to just PC speaker, you would also have a device like this in addition to everything else. And this would be your dedicated music player for your computer. So this is a later model of something like that. This is a Roland SC55, but we won't be using that just yet. So this is going to be the MT32. And you can see on the front here, there's an LCD screen. There's buttons on the side of it, which for the most part are not used. The round thing on the right is a volume knob, and that's another thing we won't be touching because it'll manually be setting volume for us. So I actually set up a camera so that you can see what's going on the LCD screen on the old Roland, because it does some neat things. It does some neat things. And that's half the fun, is being able to see that. So another thing I could have done for this is used a Roland MT32 emulator, which will emulate the audio that it produces. But I don't like emulating stuff, so we're using the real deal hardware. Okay. All right. So let's do it. So first I'll give an example of what the game sounds like in the old way. So PC speaker. So we're on King's Quest 4. And then need this. Okay, King's Quest 4. So you usually use an installer program to set which sound thing you did, but this is patched, so the installer program doesn't work for me. So what I have it set to now is the standard driver, which is just the PC speaker. So I'll give you an idea of what that sounds like. So for for like 99% of people who played this game in 1988, this would have been their experience with the game. It would be these really great graphics and then PC speaker. So it was very rare for people to have an MT32 back at this time. So it was really neat that they actually put in support for it in this game. So let's back out here, and then let's go into resource.config and change this to the magic word, which is mt32.drv. So it's gonna sound a little bit better. Oh, and also, I forgot an important thing here. So, very important thing. Roland cam. So, right here you can see it says thanks for playing on here. So this is what the readout looks like on the MT32 screen. So, take a look at this as it's loading the game. Sierra presents. So yeah, this is quite an upgrade from PC speaker. And you can actually see it producing the sound. So it's got five instruments it can do, and then also R, which is the rhythm. So for whatever reason, it sets the volume at 36%, and it does that automatically. So, sure. Alright, return of his long-lost son, Alexander, the rescued the daughter Rosella from the terrible dragon. Old King Graham decides it's time to pass on his adventurer's hat to younger blood. He flings the battered hat toward his children, while his wife, Queen Valenice, proudly looks on. So yeah, the graphics immediately looks so much better than 1 through 3. There's more pixels in just the characters than there were in the whole thing. Suddenly. There's the Graham-gasm. Alright, but King Graham having a bad time. I think I can turn up the MT here. Put up 76. Alright, are y'all paying attention to this cartoon here? There's going to be a quiz later. Who are you, she queries. Well written, Roberta. Who says queries? King's Quest III writer wouldn't have written that. That's true, LCC. That's true. Ah, how convenient. With her magic, she can bring her there. Ah, so there's trouble in Tamir, but she won't tell us what the trouble is unless we commit to going over. Great. Uh-oh, Mir's breaking up. Oh man, she's guilt tripping us into getting on the plane, huh? All right. Does Rosella have purple eyebrows? Oh, that's her. Okay, that's her eyeshadow. Going through the woods, the evil fairy caught her unawares and stole the talisman. She will die in 24 hours. Okay, well, it looks like there is a day to night cycle, and that's it. Because it's GG if there's anything more than that. Oh, well. More importantly, we can't go home without it, so whatever, man. Everything else doesn't matter. Alright. Nice choice of words there, Roberta. The tiny tree. Where can we find the magic fruit? A tiny island in a vast swamp on the other side of the mountains. Okay. East, alright. The Lutz Castle overlooks from the east. Oh, disguises as a peasant girl. Okay. Alright. On your own, Rosella. All right, we're 8 minutes into the 10-minute cartoon. I have a feeling the cartoon is over. It also looks like I need to hit enter here. Yep. Okay, so the... the 10-minute cartoon was actually 8 minutes. Nice. Well, I started the game, or I started the timer right at the very beginning, so I don't know. Okay, does this turn up the MT? So this should go up when I change this. No? Interesting. So in a lot of occasions, the changing this also changes the MT volume, because it can send MIDI commands, but... yeah, interesting. It's not changing it. Weird. Okay. So looks like... let's see if this blows up here. It doesn't. Okay, so there's a change right away. So the first 3 games would burst into flames if you tried to save in the where the game actually is, but here they can do proper directories in this one. And it also appears that music doesn't play all the time in this. So sure. I don't know how long or how often music's actually going to play. Okay, so we're at the start. We are at a... it'll let me draw here. We are at a beach. There we go. Beach. Oh, it still says 2 out of 4? Interesting. Weird, it shouldn't, but whatever. Don't worry about it. I'll fix that bug later. Thank you for telling me, though. Alright, so... river coming from the east spills in the blue ocean before you. Lonely beach. Okay, lovely meadow. Stretches eastward. Interesting. Well, okay. Well, first off, my handwriting isn't amazing to begin with, and I'm also writing on a Surface Pro, so it's like it ain't easy. But it's not like my handwriting is amazing regardless. So we got beach here, and then there's like a river. So there's the ocean and beach. Okay. Oh crap. Got to turn off numlock. Okay, so let's head north and see what's here. So if it's anything like King's Quest 1, 2, and 3, it will wrap around at some point. And it looks like there's a little bit of a... looks like that. There's my amazing artist interpretation of what this screen looks like. Okay. What about the rocks? So there are not many rocks around here, except for this enormous one right here. Oh. Roberta says, next time, be more careful. God damn. So, Roberta's in the game. She is disappointed with you in the death screens. Oh boy. Okay. So let's stay away from that thing there. All right, now can we... yeah. What about the rock? There's a rock right there. Okay, so we got what we got here. See, very few tree. There's a tree right there. So, man. Okay. All right, and actually, before we go any further, I need to Alt Tab, and I need to disable the. Well, first we have to hear this. I need to go into the sound controls and... Okay, so the buzzing isn't from that. Never mind. Never mind. Carry on. Okay. So this is this screen. So we got more beach here. Okay. We also have a tree, but it doesn't seem like the tree is gonna be of use for anything. Okay. So we got a house up here. We got a little bit more water here. And then we have house. And here. Sure. Fisherman's shack. Okay, it's a shack, not a house. Okay, old pier lets out into the ocean. Let's see if anybody's inside. Just open the door. Don't need to knock. Wait, hold on. That made a sound. Okay. All right. Talk to woman. What are you doing here, young lady? Can't you see I'm busy? We have enough problems without worrying about you. Okay. Can we steal any of their stuff? Get kettle. Look stove. Take stove. Dang it. So what's this over here? So there is mouse support, and you can use that to like click to move around, but it's not doing a whole lot. Because like in Space Quest 3, which is in the same engine as this, you could like mouse over things and right click it, and it would look at whatever you right clicked, but does not do that in this. Okay, can we get can? You won't. Well, geez. Is that a key or rope? Look rope. Look key. You don't have any key. Okay. Can we take their fish? Dang it. Okay. Lumpy bed. Yep. Okay. All right. Not much doing here. Sure. Aperture. Much to do in every scene? Not really. Not really. There's an anchor. We take their anchor. Too heavy. Okay. That explains that. I was just about to say there's not a whole lot of music in this game, but here's some. And it seemed like the music stopped when I was typing. Oh, shit. Okay, well. Good thing she can swim. This jackass fisherman pushing us in the water. Back to the grizzled fisherman. Them fish ain't been biting lately. If things don't get better soon, I don't know what to do. Try to talk pleasantly. Fall on deaf ears. Obviously annoyed by our presence. Okay. Well. Not sure what the hell we can do there. Okay, and then so the screen next to this is pier with more ocean. Can we take bird? You can't catch it. Okay. Okay, maybe you're not supposed to catch the seagull. Alright, look. What's with the barrel? Nothing of interest. Okay. So not a whole lot doing on this screen, I guess. Okay. I guess we'll keep heading north along the beach and see if it wraps north and south. I suspect it will. Yeah, like the other MT32 games, they do have music throughout the whole game. So it is unusual that this game only has music at certain parts of the game and not throughout the whole thing. Because the other MT32 games do not behave like that. Okay. So not a whole lot here either. And this is the screen we started with. Okay. Okay, so it looks like the game wraps around north and south. So we're right here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 5 screens north and south, it looks like. That it wraps around. We'll just say that. This. Okay. And that works out because I can't scroll up any further in my notes. Okay. So what is over here? Look like a tank. What, this? That? Or something else? Okay, so we got a little river thing. Up like that. Oh, last screen down. Let's see. Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah, that right there. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. That looks like a tank. Sure. All right. So let's head north from here. And we got flower and tree. We got a whole lot of nothing. So Meadowland with wildflowers. So this might be a screen where there's like random encounters. Because this certainly looks like a random encounter screen. Yep. Minstrel. Okay. Sure. Say hello. Well, what do we have here? Hello, Rosella. Let me play for you one of my favorite tunes, an old ballad. Unfortunately, it appears that his musical skills are quite limited. Plunks and pings his way through otherwise beautiful song. Sure. Can we take his loot? Not gonna give you. His soul means alive. Okay. Ask for loot. Does not. Okay. Another bad rendition. Tighten up the graphics. Yeah, that King's Quest 1 was what, 84, and this is 88. And this is also on a different engine. This is what's called the so this build is August 7th, 1989. This is on the SCI Sierra engine, and the first 3 games were on the AGI engine. So this is like a generational shift in how these games are made. Out of tune green sleeves, alright. Alright, I'm gonna crank up the MT here. It keeps setting it to 50. Another popular ballad. There you go, Olimar. It's not in front of the game players. All right. Okay. Fantastic. So another big difference here from King's Quest 3 is that in King's Quest 1, 2, and 3, there was the parser on the bottom of the screen, and you could type in, and you could also keep moving. In starting from 4 onwards, if you're moving and you start typing something, the on-screen action will pause while you're typing in your command. So you don't have to be as quick or as accurate anymore. You can take your time if you're putting in commands starting this one, and I think that's generally for the better. It makes it slightly easier to play than the first few, but I generally like this system a little bit better. Alright. So there's more flowers. This is flowers everywhere. Jeez. Yep, play the loot badly. Yeah. I'm really hoping there would be more music in this, but hey, it's a start. It's new technology. Because I'm pretty sure this is the first game that they made that had MT32 support. Okay, so this is just save flowers. Okay, so this should wrap around to the north again, so we'll head a screen east and continue our mapping. Okay, so this is the pool. Sure. And there's Cupid, I guess. So Cupid putting down the arrows and then going for a bird bath, as you do. Talk to Cupid. Cupid doesn't seem to hear us. Alright, what if we get in the pool with Cupid? What's up, Cupid? Dang it. Oh, steps at the north end. Sure. Well, how the hell did... Oh, geez. Okay, so this was to the north of the pool. Yes, it does, Aperture. Here, I'll demonstrate that. Let's see. I showed this at the very start of the game, but it is worth showing again. So if you go into the... Where is it? Where's the... There it is, resource. So in the setup here, you can see the different drivers that it uses. And normally this is changed through the installation program at the start. But say if we go back to STD standard, then this is how the game would have been for 99.9% of people who played the game back in the day. So if we go back to the minstrel screen and then we talk to man, so you can see it's much different, right? So going from this to the MT32, just night and day difference. But the MT32 was super expensive back in the day. Like, just your regular ass computer parts were expensive, but the MT32 was especially expensive because it was made for digital musicians and music production, more so than like as something you'd walk into a computer store and buy off the shelf. Like, the MT32 was like a special order type deal. And you also needed a another add-on card in order to properly use it, which is why I use something called the hard MPU to interface with it, because you can't just hook it straight up into a sound card. No, that would be too easy. I gotta turn up the MT again. It keeps setting it down to 36. Okay. Luckily, this is only a problem with the volume thing for this game. It's not a problem with the other ones. Okay, so the unicorn was down here. So this was corn. Okay. It set the volume back to 36. God damn it. Shies at your approach and trots away. Okay. Well, we found the unicorn at least. And we need Cupid to come back. Oh. Uh-oh, we startled Cupid. Alright. Of course he fell in the pool again. Alright, Cupid left its bow here. So we're gonna permanently borrow Cupid's bow. Okay. So you can't, okay, so you can look at items, but it's not, God, I gotta turn this up. Come on, MT, you can do it. There you go. So it used to give a text description of the items, but now it just shows them. So, sure. And there's 2 arrows? Well, hey, it wouldn't be a King's Quest game unless we were stealing people's stuff, right? Okay, so let's head south of here. Oh, god damn it. Yep, Cupid is Cupid. Okay. And yeah, as far as like specialty MIDI equipment goes, I also have, might as well bring this up here too. I also have so here's the MT32. I also have a Roland SC55. We'll be using that for later King's Quest games. I also have an SC88 and an XV5080, but I will not be using those. So, but yeah, that's what that looks like. Okay. Okay, so back south. Okay, so there's the crow with the glowy eyes looks a little a little suspicious. Okay, and it's a raven, and it's not friendly. Okay, so this is... Let's call this forest, because this is a little bit more heavily wooded. So that crow is keeping tabs on us, I guess. So here we have another rock surrounded by flowers. Okay, so this large rock in particular is noteworthy, apparently. Unlike all the other ones. There's also this green bird just vibing up here at the top of the screen. I don't know what was that bird up to. Small birds here and there. Okay, so apparently that bird, whatever it's doing, it's of no concern to us. Okay. So this is pond with tree. And it's got music, but I'm not sure why. Water lilies. Oh, a large frog. Okay, frog wearing a little girl crown. Okay. Ah, there it is. It was kind of blending in, but frog with crown is over there. Okay. I just realized I have a pointer here, and I can just do this, but it'll be too easy. Oops, you scared the frog. Oh, god damn it. Rosella, please. Talk to frog. Ribbit, ribbit. What else did you expect? Well, kiss frog. First, you need to get the frog. Too far away from it. How the hell are we supposed to do this? Okay. We need to bait the frog, I guess, somehow. Huh. Okay. Sure. Though, come to think of it, the frog and the Prince Frog thing, if it's anything like the fable, we need a gold ball, I think, and we have to drop our gold ball in there, and then the frog gets it for us, and then we kiss him. So I'm guessing that's probably what we need. We need some sort of thing to, because I don't think we can just, yeah, we don't have it, so we can't bait the frog. Sure. All right, so the screen to the south of us we've not been to yet, and maybe this is where our golden ball is, because that looks gold. It's got 3 gold pixels and a red pixel. So this is a bridge, and I'm guessing it's got the gold ball. Probably got the gold ball. Look under bridge. Ah, small golden ball. Okay, just like I thought. Alright, so we can use that to solve our frog problem. So if we drop ball in, well, let's look at it first, sure. Look ball. Okay, the gold ball looks like a gold ball. Who'd have thought? Drop ball in pond. You accidentally drop the golden ball into the pond from the top of the lily pad. The large green frog leaps into the water and disappears. A moment later, frog emerges with, yes, your lost ball in its mouth. Seems as if the frog is kindly returning your gold ball to you. Sure. Oh, that. So why did it describe all that when it's just going to show us what it did later? Oh. All right, thanks, frog. Kiss frog. Get frog. Okay. Hits frog, hold it in your mouth. Hold it in your hand. Sorry. Stares at you, wobbles its throat. Go look at the frog. Alright, so we have the frog, and we... It looks like a frog, sure. Kiss frog. Good. You feel silly doing this, as you slowly put your mouth against the frog's. A handsome prince. Alright. Who are you? I thought you were supposed to be a princess. Why, you're nothing more than a peasant girl. Alright. Well, ta-ta, I'm off. Here you may keep this. Toss a little golden crown to you. Good riddance. So again, it's the tell and then the show in this, which I think that's bizarre that they did that. Okay, we got the ball back. Inventory cannot be displayed this time. Why? What? Sure. Got crown. Okay. Alright, so that covers everything but the unicorn screen. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do in the unicorn screen, though, but whatever. Whatever. Alright, let's keep heading east. So this is a cemetery. Run down gloomy cemetery gives you the creeps. Maybe the old tombstones have fallen over. Entire place is overgrown. Okay. So this probably has something to do with that day-night cycle. As I bet coming here at night is probably going to be spooky. Cemetery. Okay. We take this cross that's here. Get cross. Can't get that. Okay. What about that hole in the tree? Okay. Nothing doing there. Yep, Roberta worked hard on this story. This is original story. Do not steal. Roberta invented all of these fables. So what the hell is this? This is like... Rustic water wheel. There's a water wheel? Oh, there is. Okay. So this is like... This is a tree house. Okay. Can I go in this water without dying horribly? Oh. Just realized I wasn't clicked into... There we go. Okay, let's see what's inside here. There's clearly a fire in the fireplace, so... Oh. Okay, just unattended fire in the fireplace. This is the main room of the Seven Dwarfs Cozy Treehouse. Okay. Original story, do not steal. What a mess. Okay. Nothing in the cupboards. Look. Pot of soup. Okay. Oh man. This looks just like home. Small upstairs bedroom in the Seven Dwarfs. My goodness, these dwarves are sloppy. Alright. Well. Can we clean? Okay. We can clean. Alright. Alright. Now 20 minutes of dwarves entering the house. Only 4 more to go. Look, they had a long day at work. All they want to do is add some extra flavor to the stew, one by one, and then take a bowl. Must be really hungry. Very pleased that we tired of it. That's your name. Uh-oh. We're invited to eat this soup. Is this game over? Don't do it, Rosella. You can't get married now. King's Quest 7 never happened now. Dang. And they all just eat in silence. Well. Oh. Time for the little men to go back to the mine. Okay, one by one. See you in 10 minutes. Nope. One of them left a something there. The best soup you've ever tasted. You were just really hungry. Yep. Sure. Alright, can we clean this? Alright, there's still that blue thing on the table. Okay. What is this on the table? Long wooden table. What? That okay, blue pouch. Got it. Alright, that's a lot of points. Inventory cannot be displayed at this time. Why? What? Why? Why can't I look at my inventory? Okay. Pouch. Diamond okay, it's full of diamonds. Alright. They probably want that back. Okay. Well, that's probably all we can do here, I'm guessing. Alright, so we've already been north of here. That was a cemetery, so let's head south. I can through this. Yep, okay. Alright, we got a little hill with a door. This is ill with door. Let's see what's in here. Oh, it's a mine shaft. Okay. Let's say that this is the mine. And that's probably where the doors went, I'm guessing. Okay. Okay. Diamonds glitter and sparkle. The diamond mine. Okay. They probably want their pouch back. Give pouch. Give diamonds. Do they not want it back? Oh, jeez. Okay. Talk to Orf. Too busy. Well, this one's just kind of standing here. Just looking at him. Pretty sure he's not busy. Okay. Say hello to the small man. Rosella. How does he know our name is Rosella? We never told him. Okay. Give pouch. We offer the forgotten pouch store. So now you keep it. We got plenty here. We also got an extra lantern. Okay. Now skedaddle. Okay. Alright. Score. We got free diamonds and free lantern. Which... Okay, now we can see our inventory. Lantern unlit. Sure. Okay. Got lantern. Okay. I like this theme. This is probably one of the better... Oh, jeez. Come on, Rosella. She tripping. This is also probably one of those instances where using the mouse to move around would be a little bit easier. Okay, so... Alright, we haven't been... south. There's still the two screens at the north end that we have. Whoa, okay. Okay. So just like King's Quest 1 and 2, you can cheese encounters. So this is... That looked like a giant to me. And there's a house here. Large thatched house surrounded by forest, very formidable. It might be wise to use caution here. Okay. That is a enormous door. Okay. It's locked and you don't have the key. Okay. Makes you feel uneasy. Okay. Alright. Let's head south then. Okay, we got Pinecone. Oh, shit. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, no! Roberta's gonna be quite upset with us. Oh, man. Let Roberta down again. Oh, shit. Alright, I gotta save when we leave this screen. It set the volume back to 36 again. Just MT32, you're killing me here. I could just crank up the gain on it in my my capture stuff, but then if it does suddenly get loud, then it's gonna blow out ears. So I'd rather not do that if I didn't have to. Okay, so Giant House, and then the screen south of Giant House was Pine Cones, I guess. I'm just gonna write down Pine Cones. Like maybe there's a use for Pine Cones at some point. Okay, so that means that we've gotten all of that mapped out already. So let's keep heading east. Oh, nope, don't want to go there. Okay. So east of the mine is just trees. Dense forest, according to this. Okay. So is this any different if I leave the screen and come back? Okay, there's a bird in the lower right. And I only know about this because I get worm. Okay, so we got the worm. I only knew about that because I tested the game earlier and I got to this screen and I saw the bird there. Like, if I didn't test the game, I wouldn't have known that was there. So great. It seems like all the empty screens could possibly have plot things. Fantastic. Okay, so what's to the south here? Okay, those trees look... This is a creepy place, grove of very old trees. Thick forest. So this is... Huh. So let's say... Creepy trees. Okay. Where even are we? Okay. So this is probably going to end in ripping pepperonis, but what happens if we walk through this totally not creepy forest? Okay, what if we get close to this tree? Ah, these trees can't talk. Okay. So, off-screen tree got us? Alright. Thanks, Roberta. Thanks, Roberta. Okay. So we need to... Oh, God, we gotta go get the worm again. Okay. Go. Okay, so Creepy Trees was to the south of us, so... So if we go north, what does that get us? Okay. Walking through the forest, thick with pine trees, nearby river rushes westward from the distant mountain range. Distance. Okay. So here we got kind of this river cutting through it a little bit. I'm guessing I can safely walk through that that river there. Nothing special, okay. Cold water rushes westward. It doesn't say anything about it being dangerous, so probably okay to cross it. Okay, good. Alright, let's head north. Huh. Spooky old house. No one's lived here for many years. Rundown cemetery on both sides. Okay. This is... Oop. So this is Spooky House. And apparently there's a cemetery on both sides, so we can go ahead and pencil that one in. Okay. Let's see if we can go inside Spooky House. Okay. This... Oh. This looks like the Hugo's House of Horrors house. Interim old house downstairs. You see 2 open doorways upstairs. Additional to cobweb, dusty wallpaper. Okay. Look at that amazing reflection. Okay, can we get glass from the mirror? Can't get that. Okay. Okay. So there's no in-game clock in this, like in 3. So apparently there's supposed to be a day-night transition at some point, but I don't know when that's supposed to happen. Maybe it's triggered by a cutscene or something. Okay. Old dining room, seen better days. Empty hutch. I guess this is a hutch. Yeah, I've never heard that expression before, but okay. Can't do that now. What? Why not? Sure. Okay, what's this on the table? What are the crumbs? Okay, can we get some crumbs? You have no use for crumbs. Well, what if Roberta Williams wanted to, totally think up herself the Hansel and Gretel story? Looks like there's more crumbs here. You see more crumbs. Yeah, can I get these crumbs? You have no use for crumbs. What? Huh. So what is this? This is another butter churn. Okay. The thing in the back corner is clearly fireplace cold, dusty pantry. Yeah, it's just crumbs. Like, what the hell is this? Is this like the fire poker or something? Can we get the candle? Can't get that. Nope. Get pot. A candle would have been good, but okay. Well, I don't see anything too useful in here. All right. Is that Roberta up there? So this room's in decent condition. Her eyes seem to stare at the left wall of the parlor. Okay. Notice the latch. Okay. Use latch. Open latch. Look latch. You could try flipping. Flip latch. You flip the latch. Secret door. Okay. No points for that, apparently. Alright, so just like... I'm right next to it. Roberta. Okay. So this looks like another staircase that we can fall down. So let's see. Let's see falling from this height will... Oh, she just jumped. Man. Roberta's got ups. That's not Roberta, that's Rosella. Alright. Okay. Alright, well that is too high apparently. Alright. One stair too many. Yeah, Rozelican dunk from the free throw line. Oh god, this is fantastic. Wait, you have to press up. You have to press up to go up the stairs. You have to press up to... What? What? Sure. Okay. You're not... Oh. Sit. God. Roberta. Play that organ. And actually looking at my input for this, it's already turned up all the way. Okay, so I don't know what that did, but we sure played that organ. Okay, now we gotta try not... Alright. So anything else of note up here? Just a dusty old pipe organ, okay. I'm not sure what this is over here, but... Okay, good thing I made that mute button. Alright. Back down that dumbass staircase. Oh, okay. So hitting down makes you... Okay, now it switches to the way it should be. Okay. Sure. Yeah, it was probably just holes. Alright, time save strats. You jump off the staircase. Okay, so that's... Any... Examine the books. None of the books are up to the quality of reading. Okay, sure. About fireplace. Okay. Nothing of interest. Okay. What's all this stuff? Okay, so nothing of use there. Okay. What in the hell happened here? Did the bed melt? Old bedroom, cheery fire, occupant. What? So the bed melted and then what happened here? See nothing special. Okay. Can we open it up at least? Open dresser. Just a drawers, okay. What about the thing over the fireplace? Okay. So we can't do anything with that. Then this is the second to last room. Drawers are empty. Okay. Master bedroom, dust covers it. Okay. Sure. Drawers are empty. Okay. Man, not a whole lot in this house. Alright. Can we ride the horse? Too big. Dang it, Roberta. Old Rocking Horse. Yeah, this is a much more modern game. Modern engine. Baby nursery, cherry place, neglect cobwebs, wallpaper, dust covers the nursery furniture. Okay. Look in crib. Do I even want to know what's in here? Oh, okay. Can we sit in the chair? Waste your precious time. Well, geez. Well, geez, Roberta. Okay. So I have a feeling whatever needs to be done here, it probably needs to be done at night. So, probably not too much to do here. Hey, Minami. And yeah, not only does the game look a lot better than the other ones, this game also has proper sound card. Well, not quite sound card. External MIDI device support. So we'll just save here. And yeah, here's an example. Oh, okay, never mind. Here's an example of the MT32 MIDI device, and you can actually see it making the sound up here. So no more PC beeper. We got proper audio support. Okay, so that was that. So that's Spooky House. So we already looked through Spooky House. We saw nearly everything. Let's go to the screen to the north of us, so we can know at least what's there. Yep, proper beepers. So this, the MT32 predates like the... Oh, this is more creepy forest. Okay. The MT32 predates something like the Sound Blaster, because something like the sound card with Sound Blaster would have been more common, but those came out later. So this, the MT32 would have been a very rare, but one of the earlier ways to get proper music in oldish PC games. Alright, so let's head south and then go to the cemetery screen to the east here, which is apparently a cemetery according to the in-game description. And see if there actually is a cemetery there. And yeah, we I'm assuming you missed the first bit of the stream where we played through the beginning of Koudelka. And Koudelka is very good so far. I'm really enjoying Koudelka. We're on disc 2 of Koudelka and about 3-ish hours in. Alright, scary old cemetery, tombstones crumbling, mountain range. So there, it looks like there's a crypt on the right part of the screen here. I'm going to make a note of that. Okay. Ah, crypt door built in the mountainside. Good. Good thing I noted that. Door's locked. Okay, so that's... Let me make a note of that. Locked. Okay. Alright, so we haven't been anywhere north or south of here, so this is all new territory as far as this goes. And it looks like we might be near the end of the world here. So a mountain range looms to the east. So usually when it said that in the first 3 games, that meant you couldn't go any farther in that direction. So we might not be able to go any farther east of where we are, which is right here. The back of the box said that this is a way bigger game area than the first 3 games combined, and so far, if this is correct, this is actually smaller than the first 3 games combined. By a lot. But when has Ken Williams ever lied to us? Oh god, there's more creepy trees. There's all kinds of creepy tree screens in this game. Creepy trees. Okay. There's something over here. That looks suspicious over there. Steep mountains block your way to the east. Okay. I have a feeling I can't go north from that screen. Okay, so what is here? So here's more stream with a waterfall. And yeah, it's looking like this is very likely the eastern end of the game world here. The writing seems worse. Well, I think I know why. Hold up. So if the writing seems significantly worse in this game, perhaps we can intuit why. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it's way worse this time. It's a mystery. There's only one writer credit in this game. It's a mystery, though. It's a mystery. Who knows? Alright. Magnificent waterfall tumbles into deep pool, flows westward as a rushing river. Okay, so it says rushing river this time. So in the first couple games, that implied that if you get in this water, it's GG. Hope you saved. So let's do that and hope for the best. Okay, well that's still fine. Okay, so you do actually get into it. You don't have to manually type in swim in this game. So there's exciting technology exclusive to King's Quest IV. You don't have to type swim anymore. Okay, so what is all this then? It looks like I can't go south from here. Interesting. So this is mountain path. Oh, can't go through there. Okay, can we go south from here? So this should wrap around. Yeah, it doesn't let you go south from here. Interesting. Okay. So this is like the far okay, I need to get out a different marker for this. So this means that this is impassable. And I'm guessing that this is impassable too. And the cemetery, yeah, that was impassable. Creepy trees, I think that was also impassable there. But yeah, we still haven't seen the screen north of creepy trees. So it looks like here the set of 3 creepy tree screens is clearly guarding something. And whatever it is, it's there. So we have to get past those creepy trees somehow. But first, let's see what's to the right of the screen. I'm not sure how we're gonna get past the creepy trees. I'm hoping it's not RNG, but can't. That Roberta, you're killing me here. Why did you make this pixel perfect? Oh, Lolot's Goons. Okay, so this is more path. And there's a castle in the distance. Interesting. Hey, Cerberus. Welcome. Yep, you caught the stream. It's not going to be going on for that much longer. So, you caught the end of it. We'll go for another, say, half an hour or so. Okay. Yeah, this is probably still safer than walking up that path. Well, my pits, what have you drug home today? Alright. So is Lolot and Adelmal. Are you a spy? That must be the amulet that we need, is the thing on her neck. Nothing but a poor peasant girl. Doesn't seem to believe you. Okay. First time you experience a real fear and begin to tremble. Okay. You don't look stupid enough to have wandered here. Alright. Take her to the cell. Why do I stream so late? This is when I'm usually up. Alright, do we still have our items? Sure. Found yourself in a horrible cell. His father's found him there too. Alright. We take this whip. We might need it for something. Securely attached to the wall. Alright. Can we take skeleton? Can we take the rope? Get skeleton. All of this stuff in here looks like it might be useful. Can we get the skull? We could do something with this skull, maybe. Nope. Get bones. You'll have to take a different approach. What? Get bone. So this is a possibility, but... Huh. Perhaps they're setting me free. Yeah. Alright, well... We're locked in the dungeon for 30 seconds. A chance to prove our innocence, okay? The whole face just turns red, okay. I wish to own the unicorn. Okay, bring me the unicorn. Set you free but reward you. Sure. Take it back to the forest. Okay, so what we got to work? We got the pouch of diamonds, the unlit lantern, gold ball, small crown, cupid's bow, shovel, and worm. Huh. Okay, so if we're gonna catch a unicorn, so we still haven't been to this screen up here, which I don't know. I'm curious as to what's on that screen, and maybe I can get there if I go this way up into there. Perhaps, I don't know. So the unicorn was down here. So unicorn was just a few screens to the left of here. So there's the giant's house. Yeah, jeez. So anytime we got close to the unicorn, it just kind of walked away from us. Okay. Got quest to get unicorn. Alright, so I'm curious if we can go north to the whatever's in the far northeast corner of the map here. That maybe there's a certain path we gotta walk, like here and then up. Okay, so that one clearly grabs you. Okay, so I'll save on the spooky screen. Like maybe if we crawl through there or something? Yeah, precision walking is always the best part of these games. Creepy trees, dressed again. So if I walk like right here, okay, we get grabbed. It didn't do that in the other creepy trees area. So if we walk like, okay, if we walk there, we get grabbed. So we got to go no further than that. Okay, but that was not working either. And then, like, okay. I still get the feeling this is possible. Just really, really difficult. Oh my god. And then if I go upper right from here. Okay, so that one's no good. And then so we can't go any farther right. I'm hitting right and it's not letting me go right. And one more pixel up and to the right just gets you caught. So that's no good. So going left, and can we go up from here? Okay, we get we get caught there. All right, so that leads me to believe that this is a no-go from there. And I'm pretty so here's where we tried to make it through there, and that didn't work. We already tried going through there. I'm pretty sure that didn't work either. So, maybe it's different during nighttime or something, but that looks like a no-go for now. Okay. So, dang. So my next question is there going to be anything different on the screen as we go between the two screens? Yeah, I don't see any differences. If there's any difference, it would have shown up by now. Okay, so this is the screen east of the mine. To the west of here is the mine, and then to the west of the mine is where the unicorn spawns. So maybe the unicorn wants some diamonds? I guess. Maybe we need to... Sure, let's just save there. Okay. So that's where the unicorn is supposed to spawn. Or where we saw it last time. And... is this GG because I already scared away the unicorn at the beginning of the game? Huh. Or maybe it's to the west of here? We haven't been west of here since coming this way. So it flew away to the east, I think, after we startled it. There's also the minstrel. Maybe we can trade the minstrel those diamonds for his loot. I don't know what that would accomplish, other than not having to listen to him play anymore. Oh. Okay, so this is also unicorn's spawn. Maybe the unicorn likes loots? Alright, so its horn did a little sparkly thing, and then it just left. Okay. Where's the minstrel? There he is. Trade for loot. Buy loot. Talk to man. Alright. Alright, give pouch. Politely decline. He declined a pouch full of diamonds. What? Talk about loot. Alright, hold up. So let me look at that list of verbs again to see if I'm missing something here. So according to Roberta, there's a whole bunch more verbs that we can do in this game. Okay. So dismount, bait, low, bounce, break, bridle. Okay, there's a dedicated bridle one. Catch, command, cross. Maybe if we dance for him? We already tried undressing, and it didn't do anything. So we can try kissing him. We can dance. That is not clear. Dance for man. Dance. That is not... Okay. Alright. Get you more trouble than... Yep, sure. Yeah, believe it minstrel. That is not clear. Let's see. There's frighten. Frighten is one. Frighten man. Yo, what? Hold up. Roberta? Roberta. Frighten. This game does not understand frighten. Did I spell it right? F-R-I-G-H-T-E-N. What the fuck, Roberta? Help? Hide, give, go. Hit, hug, jump, kill, kiss. Light, lock, look, move, open, pet. Play, polish. Pry. What? Shine, shoot, shout. Okay, well, alright, what if we make him fall in love with us by shooting him with... Shoot man with arrow. You can't do that now. Use bow. What do you want to do with Cupid's bow? Use bow on man. Okay. What if we shoot the unicorn with the bow? It just occurred to me. if we can ever get it to spawn again. Because that'll probably make it not want to run away from us, right? If we can ever find the unicorn again. This one. So this is the stream. So north of here was the last place that we found the unicorn. Over here is where we originally found it. Okay. Shoot unicorn with bow. Hey! Zing bullseye. Okay. No longer afraid of you, it's now your friend. Sick. Okay. We got ourselves a unicorn. I was gonna say something about this situation, but I'm not going to. Not going to. Not do you any good, as you could mount the unicorn but not guide it? What? What? Pet unicorn? I'm not close. Seems as if you've made a friend, Rosella. Okay, well, great. Sorry, unicorn, but you're now gonna... Well, shit. What? Lead unicorn? Oh, we need a fucking bridle. Oh, god damn it. Okay. What is with King's Quest and bridles? Christ. Okay. I haven't seen a bridle anywhere. You don't have it. Oh my god. Maybe Lolote has one? Yeah, if only we had a snake handy. Oh my god. Well, we haven't searched the... So I'm just thinking here. Were there any screens where a bridle would possibly be on? So there's the fisherman's house on the pier. Maybe there? Pool. So there's the giant's house. Maybe there's a bridle at the giant's house. Perhaps. I don't think that the... So here's the mine. And the tree house. I don't think the tree house would have, a bridle. It is close by. I guess I could check, but, So there's also the ocean area that we haven't explored at all. And apparently there's an island that has something, I guess. But God, maybe in this square, in that one square we haven't been to yet up here, maybe the bridle is there. Or maybe the bridle was that line of pixels that I saw next to the creepy tree. Alright, hold on. Let me load this and see if that's... Oh, not that one. This one. Is there a bridle here? Okay. Of course not. That would be too easy. Well... I don't think we tried crossing the bridge yet up here. Like, maybe there's just a bridle here. You don't have it. Of course not. Maybe the fisherman just randomly has a bridle. We walk through this pond. Yeah. Alright. So to the left is where the minstrel is. Where am I? Hello? Where am I? Okay. So to the left is just a beach. Oh, he just comes over here. Sure. All right, is there a bridle here? You don't have it. Sure. All right, she's needing over there. All right, so they were mad because they got nothing. So maybe they want the pouch of diamonds because they were mad about being poor earlier. And just like the King's Quest 1, I think, we found that bowl of infinite porridge and gave it to the poor husband and wife, and then they ate it, but then didn't know it was infinite. Maybe it's a similar thing here, because, you know, Roberta wrote it. This original story, Do Not Steal. Okay, so what if we give pouch? Oh, not close enough. Okay. Give pouch. Offer the pouch of diamonds to the fisherman, takes it gladly. Wife, give the girl my fishing pole in trade. Alright, so we traded a bunch of diamonds for a fishing pole. Okay. You wouldn't happen to have a bridle here, would you? Get bridle. Take a different approach. Okay. So, sure. Alright, so we got a fishing pole. Okay, yep, that's fishing pole. Alright, I guess we're going fishing. Maybe we can hook the fishing line onto the unicorn and use that to just... It's practically the same thing. Or we can hook it like that on it and... Probably not, because Roberta Williams. Use fishing pole. Fish with pole. That is not clear. Fish. Of course, fish is the clearest way to put that. Because fish could be a noun, a verb. Sure. Sure thing, Roberta. But wait, you haven't baited your hook. Oh my god. What the hell are we gonna... Oh, our worm. Oh, that's what the worm... Okay. Use worm on pole. And this must be what the bait command is for. Bait. Hook with worm. Gingerly bait the hook with fishing worm. Okay. Sure. And now we fish. Fling the baited line. Alright. We're a master baiter now. Oh. Almost immediately you feel a sharp tug on the line. It pulls and fights your line. A fine fat fish. Okay. So we got a fat fish. Sure. Oh, it's a dead fish. Okay, they're very clear that it is a dead fish this time. Okay. Interesting. Because I was gonna talk to the fish, but this one is clearly dead. Okay. Alright, so what happens if we... How many screens can we go here before the game kills us? Yeah, of course you need the stink lines for the dead fish. That's how you know it's a dead fish. Okay. There's a whale here. I don't know if that's serves any sort of... Oh. 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 I see. That was on this screen. Alright. Original story, do not steal. Okay. So it looks like we got a floating bottle. And we got a skeleton. Not close enough. Hopefully we can get out of here. Okay. Skeleton. We'll call him James. Sure. Horrors, you've been swallowed by a huge whale. Okay. Alright, glass bottle with something inside. Open bottle. Retrieve the imprisoned note. Read note. Thanks, Ken. Thanks, Ken. Okay, can we go further inside the whale here? That can. Moving and shaking. So what was the purpose of this? Just to get the bottle, I guess? Like, I assume we still have the bottle. Yeah, okay, so the glass bottle and the note. Yeah, that can. Okay, so now what? We have to tickle the... Okay, we spent too long in here, apparently. Oh, we got to be disappointed by Roberta first. There we go. Alright. Okay. Oh, huh. So is there... Like right here, and then tickle uvula. With what? With what? The dead fish? The shovel? I think this is a soft lock. Or this is Dead Man Walking right now. Like maybe the fishing pole? Okay, so clearly we need a feather or something. Yeah, because we're supposed to tickle that, but I don't think we have what we need to get out of this situation. Okay, so I suppose we can't do that now. Okay, can we go south of here without the whale spawning? Alright, so there's more fish. There's the whale again. So it looks like the whale can just appear on kind of any screen. Okay. So then it should wrap around here back to the top. Getting very tired. Okay. Well, let's see what the drowning death looks like. Too tired to swim. Join Davy Jones in his locker. All right. Thanks, Roberta. Okay. All right, so clearly we can't do anything else there until we get the feather. Like maybe the unicorn. Unicorn's got wings, right? And perhaps that God, how are we even gonna get there? Alright, so that's north 2 screens. Maybe we can get a feather from the unicorn now that it's not running away from us. Oh. So this is Pan, I guess? So where is this? This is the flowers screen. Alright, so this is Pan. Is a random encounter. He's too wrapped up in his flute music. Okay. So if we had a lute, perhaps, then maybe we could get that flute from him. Maybe he wants a dead fish. Give fish to Pan. Pan would not be interested in your dead fish. Give gold ball to Pan. Pan would not be interested. Give crown to Pan. Can we take flute? You can't. Pan won't give it to you. Okay. Yeah, I have a feeling we probably need the loot in order to do that. And how the hell did we get the loot? Okay. So the screen to the right of here is the pool, where we got the Cupid's bow. And then the screen to the north of here should be where the unicorn is, and hopefully is still there. Yep, okay. So can we get a feather? Get unicorn feather. No. Okay. Take the horn. You can't get that. Touch the horn. Stroke horn. Sure. I'm not... Oh. We made a friend, but we can't do anything with it. Okay. Mountain path. So there was a screen with pine cones that we haven't really investigated too much. Because reasons. So the screen to the right of here is the giant's house. And screen south of here is just a generic forest screen. So there's pine cones here too. Like, I have a feeling that there's probably some sort of random encounter that happens here. So there's just... Okay, there's Pan again. Okay. So, like I suspected, this is another Pan screen. It's just like the minstrel. But, sure. And then there's still this bird up here jiving. Yep, they just... There's no code in here for that bird to not dance. Alright. So anything... Okay, pine cones are not a thing in this game, apparently. Okay, so the screen to the right of here is a possible giant spawn screen. And the only way I've ever come to this screen was from the north of it. And this is where I got caught by the giant a few times. Oh. Well, he spawned in the lower left, so not much I could have done there. Alright, you got me again, Roberta. Huh. So I'm not sure what the hell we're supposed to do with the giant's house. So we're currently on this screen right here. So the giant's house is to the north and east of us. There's still the creepy trees. I guess I could try getting through the creepy trees again. Like maybe there's a way to safely do that I just haven't stumbled across yet. Okay. Would there happen to be a bridle here? Okay, can we hide while the giant goes inside the house, maybe? Alright, what about looking in the window? Make out no details. Great. Just like the first few games. Okay, so if we... Oh, jeez. Sorry about that. Creepy forest. Yeah, my bad. I forgot I still had it up. It's hard for me to tell sometimes. Okay. So if I can make it to the right, through the right part of the screen, we can get to that one map space that I haven't been to yet. Okay, so getting caught there is no good. Can we go north of here? Okay. I have a feeling this is just... You're just not supposed to get through this? Best to stay clear of them. Well, I'd like to, but... There's probably a horse bred... Okay. So that one gets you if you get too close to the top of the screen, and then the other one gets you if you're too far to the right, so... Yeah, I don't think we can get through that way either. So there's got to be some sort of... some other mechanism to get through those. Either that or you have to, like, ride the unicorn to that screen. Because you kind of had to do that in the first couple games. Or you had to ride the eagle in the first game. And then in the second game... to... Ka. Okay. Nothing else to say, Raven? Maybe the Raven will drop a feather. Like in King's Quest 3. That walking walking animation. That was pretty good. So it looks like they at least randomized the spawns for the giant. You see nothing special. So it isn't like the first 2 games where they always spawned in the same place all the time. Oh, it's the ogre. Okay. Sure. Huh. So the problem we're trying to solve now is we're given the task to get a unicorn and bring it back to Lolote. Maybe we have to go back to Lolote right now and ask for a bridle. Maybe we have to report to her that we got a unicorn but we don't have a bridle. And maybe she'll give us one, and then that'll solve our problems, I suppose. So what's the best way to do that? So we want to go north from the giant's house back to the mine. Okay. Yeah, we do still have another bow. Yeah, it's true. We have one more arrow. I guess it's worth a try. Let's see if we can make... Use bow on ogre. Shoot ogre with bow. Can't do that now. Use Cupid's bow on with ogre. Shoots ogre. Okay. Apparently not. Okay. Let's see. So north of here is the mine, but we're not going that way. We want to go this way, and we're going to head back to the base of the mountains. And then see if that gives us any progress. Like maybe the big creepy house in the cemetery? God. Okay. Ask for bridal. Talk to Goon. Must not speak, they only utter... Okay, sure. Oh, they just pick you up and toss you here. Okay. Well, that's clearly not it. Interesting. I wonder what this is. Okay, well I'm clearly stumped right now, so I'll have to think about this, and I was gonna call it around this time anyway. So we'll call that the end of part 1. 2 hours in of King's Quest IV, The Perils of Rosella, and we'll pick this up next time. Okay, so that will do it for tonight. So we played 3-ish hours of Koudelka for PS Explosion, and we did a couple hours of King's Quest IV, The Perils of Rosella for that casual playthrough. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you all have a great day, night, morning, or evening, wherever you are. And I'll see you next time. Take care.